Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GAN's plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Welcome, everyone, to the 394th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, August 19th, 2021. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education department and part of the public teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond, and I'll be a host today. And we'll start today's workshop with the cycle of creation video. And then we'll have Mr. Keshe come on to begin the rest of the workshop. Okay, so let me get that ready here.
The process of understanding is very simple. The process is, as I explained last time, I explained more in detail. We are created out of the rays within the center of the universe. In interaction and reduction in strength and division by the strength in certain strength fields, in collection of the totality of the expansion of the universe, some energies, some dynamic fields have come together. Over billions of years, these fields lead to the creation of what we call the sun. Where the plasma gathers together. The same process repeats again because the sun is the same as the energy center of the universe. Now, the heavier, the larger amount of the energy which is collected in this span of the universe, we call the sun, that it radiates out, does the same thing again. Radiates its fields out, and in interaction with itself, with the fields of itself, leads to creation of planet. In that process of the creation of planet, the same process happens again. In the interaction of the fields of the earth with its environment and cooling and exchange with the strength of the other things in the environment of the space of the solar system, leads to creation of man, cell, matter state. And that itself, in coming together and slowing down in such certain ways, as we call, leads to another sun. We call the soul of the man. This is the truth about the life and creation of the man. But if the soul of the man can understand and absorb and be correct with his conduct, he can become the strength of the fields and carry the strength of the field of the planet which came to his creation. And if the soul can understand the same process can interact, can be correct, can absorb with itself the totality of the strength of what it needs, it shall become the sun. And then the same soul has the energy that it can absorb within the solar system, within the galaxy, shall become the center of the universe. This happens on earth, we call it the rain. Come from, goes back to. In the solar system, we call it planetary system. We come from the rays, we become the planet and go back to the mother. Same thing happens with the galaxies, with the solar systems, which they get absorbed back in and chewed up back into the universe. The life, the process of existence in the universe is the same. It doesn't matter on what exchange and what extent. So, what is the man fighting for? Why do we fight for something which has come from the point of the creation, and in the process it goes back to the creation? The soul of the man as the energy of the earth gives the face of the man, the face of the earth, and that process is the same for the soul of the man. Our soul, in reduction in strength, in interaction with the emotion of the field of the environment, leads to manifestation of the existence of the man. But once it's completed, does it need the face? Or can it be and becomes free from it, what we call the soul of the man, to be free and detached from its existence? Our soul is part of the process of the creation. The key to one question for man shall be in the future to be answered. As we saw the sun became the earth, and as we saw the earth became the man's soul, what will be the destiny of the soul of the man now becomes free at the point of departure from physicality? Would it become the sun for creation of another life, or many lives, or correction of lives? This shall be, and this is how it happens. When you create a soul which is not correct, which is misconduct by itself, cannot give, you lead to the creation of this next cycle of creation, which has started the wrong way, the wrong strength. This is one thing the man has never understood. You become the creator of another universe, another cycle. And this is what you have to judge within the structure of the soul of the man. What would I like that cycle to be? In the physical life, we create children. In the dimension of the life of the soul of the man, what that man, what that soul will create. If man has thought up to now, that's it, my end, my point, when I die is finished, There's as much fallacy that when the sun is destroyed in any shape or form, there shall be nothing left. But we know the parts of the sun becomes part of the galaxy and becomes part of new life. So shall be the soul of the man. The judgment of the man has to be according to what he sees the future his soul can conduct to be. The day of judgment is for the man, not in front of the Creator. That what my soul judges to be and what shall create. Man never understood and shall never understand till can solve this dilemma within itself. The reality is very, very, very real. And that is, as we've seen, the energy of the galaxy becomes the sun, the energy of the sun has become the earth, and the energy of the earth has become the soul of the man. So shall be the soul of the man, which is the energy itself, another cycle of life. How can you change when you don't understand? How can you change the process of understanding if you do not understand the process of the creation? Do we need to extend the understanding of the man that what is the future he brings? We care about our children, what education they get, what they wear, how happy they'll be, where they sleep. Now the man has to be careful and consider what life shall my soul create, because those are the children of your soul. As we see, the rays of the sun has become a planet and 7 million children of it. 7 billion unlimited, which is growing. So the soul of the man will go through the same process. How many billions and subdivisions and sub-matter state of the physicality of the man your soul shall create? Would it be the soul of wars and conflict and ever killing? Or would it be the soul of this, let's say, solar system which is peaceful? This is the truth and the reality about the soul of the man. First of all, as I said many times recently, we never understood that the soul of the man is within the structure of the man. And now that we understood, we understand on departure from the physicality of the man, the same process will carry on as it did for a star, a planet. And the soul of the man becomes another energy source, a higher order, which itself leads to the creation. It becomes the star, it becomes the center of the new cycle of creation. This is what the human race has to understand. The cycle actually starts at the point of death and not finishes at the point of death. In so many ways, if one understands, is as the dusts, specks of dust came together to make the earth in the solar system, so has the specks of the atoms has come to be the creator of man. And the essence of the creation of the specks of dust on the solar system has led to the creation of the man, so shall be the fields from the soul of the man which lead to creation of another cycle of life. What kind of life man would like to have to be created by his soul? This is the day of judgment. This is what man never understood. Now you have to understand. You have no choice. Up to today you were not aware of it. From today you are aware of it. You are responsible for it. Your conduct has to be to elevate your soul. That in elevating the soul, what you become the creator of stands correct in conduct of the synthesis. We don't give fairy tale. This is the truth about it. As you've seen, the process does not stop with one cell. The cycle carries on. It's very interesting in how humanity, now knowing the fact, will handle the fact. It'll take decades for man to understand, and then you understand those who become the tools of war, the tools of conflict. They have less, they have nothing to start with. They have to become the dust in the solar system of the others till the day they learn more, as they cannot create a new cycle through their own soul. This is the elevation of the soul of the man. To be part of the creation of a beautiful life for the next cycle. When you don't have it, you have to become another cell in the body of the structure of the bigger, for you to be just there that you can run where you could have been the soul of the man. They say, do not create fear. I give you the point of love for creation. If you cared about your children on this planet to have the best, your true children come out of your own soul in the coming time. How would you like to educate them? How would you like to be when you are in conflict with yourself and the cause of so much mayhem? This is the truth, and the man will take a long time to understand, as now that we understand the soul of the man is an operator for the creation of the future extent of the life of the man. Whatever is gathered by the soul at the end becomes his point of reference of his own creation, of his own dimension. But the strangest thing is, what he creates from his soul shall become the creator of the other souls. This is the beauty about the creation, and one understands it, understands no limitation. Any questions?
Okay, hello everyone, and welcome back to the main part of the 394th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here today. And I think Mr. Keshe will be ready to launch into this section of the workshop. Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, good morning, good day to you, as usual, whenever you listen to this series of Knowledge Seekers of the Keshe Foundation. We welcome you back to another session of beautiful teaching and learning from each other as knowledge seekers. Last week, we had a beautiful session. When you listen to it, there's a lot of hidden knowledge. There's a lot of technical hidden knowledge for those of you who try to step a little bit further out. And as we try to expand the knowledge, there are some questions asked, and we try to answer these in the background and part of the teaching today. As we said, we are getting more and more involved in different aspects of the technology development and commercialization. Later on today, the Keshe Foundation will launch the sales of the what we call N95 masks and the disposable masks, which carries for what we call viruses. These masks is to be manufactured by the Keshe Foundation in China, and the pricing of them we have reviewed. We try to find different dimensions to it. Is offered at €1 per mask for either one. disposable, what we call breathing masks, and in a larger scale to the governments and companies which take more. It's been evaluated that it will be done in negotiation. We expect to launch this into a new dimensions for different governments, and we have already interested parties who are, from governmental point of view, with a radical increase in the situations around the world, who are prepared to take these steps to launch this in their nation. There are some interesting developments that the question has been risen. One of the questions which was raised by the knowledge seekers is why we have chosen and why we start what we call the launch of the flight, the space program with Iran and most probably China the same day launch, one after the other, is why have we chosen the given date of what we said to be 6th of June 2022. 666, sorry. We all know what that means at the beginning and the start of what we call 18 and 9. End of a cycle, beginning of a new cycle for humanity. As you understand, we don't usually explain things in detail, but 6th of June 2022 is what we call the threshold of change. It's been chosen specifically for certain reasons, and in that process, mankind will become to mature. Mankind will become to be ready to join the human race, to the universal community. In so many ways, the end of one and the beginning of the other. In understanding the science of space, we expect the humanity reach maturity of understanding of the world peace by that date. The Keshe Foundation, in cooperation and collaboration with the Iranian new administration, will feed this rapidly across the planet to different governments and different directions. In a communication of two presidents of Iran, His Excellency President Raisi and His Excellency President Xi yesterday, it is reiterated that we'll endeavor to increase the work for peace and in taking what we call bilateral actions to make sure the mayhem created by what called superpowers of the past will not be repeated. We respect and honor both presidents for their action and their talks, but they need a technology to support it. Within the next few days, we will announce in a very close collaborations how we start the international teaching of the Keshe Foundation throughout the Iranian universities across the planet. We are working on, and we have put, when we start the process of the teaching of the technology in the advanced level from Tehran National Defense University at the beginning of this year. As we said, we teach internationally, and at the same time, we make sure all the nations know that the teaching comes from a structure that has the technology and can deliver the technology to governments across the planet. As I said to the Iranian new administration, we will give as a gift, as a souvenir, every Iranian advanced centrifuge as a gift to one nation, which means we do not need the present centrifuge technology, which has been the mayhem behind many accusations of that. We dismantle our fast systems and gift it to every nation that understands the process, understands the structure and the process of the structure, and in how to create peace. by knowing the advanced nuclear technology of today, which is being used as a tool of fear for war, becomes a tool of peace. As I said, we have heartwarmingly welcomed the new Iranian administration, the same as we did with the American administration at the beginning of this year. And the doors of talk and peace and negotiation, both in Vienna and in Tehran, is open. Keshe Foundation has got involved in the process of peace, and diplomacy is part of the work which the Keshe Foundation known for years. It is not the first time we got involved in diplomacy, and with the diplomacy we can create conditions that nations can live together. As I said in a very recent talk, what we see, the United States will become 50 independent states and nations of their own in the coming time. We know that there are a number of states in America who would like to separate to become independent. This will be facilitated by the national structure of the United States as a nation to 50 different states in the coming years, which means as the Keshe Foundation one nation policy takes hold, we do not need nationhoods of one nation. In a way, we give regional and what we call local people the say in the life as the size of the cities to states is a natural progress of development as we made the villages and towns and then we built the cities. Now is a natural process to become states within the one nation of what we call one planet, one nation, one race. These will come to force and become part of our work in the coming years. On June the 6th, 2022, we move in the direction of one nation, as one nation, as one planet, to endeavor to travel the depth of the space. As I explained in a writing in the past few days to heads of state, that on the 6th of June, 2022, with the collaboration of the Iranian Space Agency and the Chinese Space Agency, we launch a day return trip to Moon, which means we can go and come back. In a way, if we do it with passengers or without passengers, it's not that important. Being able to make the trip in one day will break a lot of taboos about the world of science and technology and the advancement of the human race to a new level of the what we call technological achievement. From then on is the responsibility of the nations to educate their citizens. Each state has the responsibility to teach the fast track everything needed to become part of one nationhood and part of one planet, one nation. We do not foresee any problems. As I gave assurances to the Iranian government, we work only in the direction of peace. We do not see borders, and at the same time, we bear the flag of peace by all nations and not single nations. It'll be interesting to see in the next few weeks how the development of the strategy of the space program between Iran and China will take shape. We work through the Iranian new administration in collaboration with China to be able to deliver national security development technology. The reason for this is very simple. We explained it in public that public and the government, as they are listening, they understand. If Iran develops the space technology and tests, this gives a tool for those who are evil-minded within the American administration and European governments to create the next mayhem. Iran, in support and collaboration and joint space development with China, will give the strength for the technology to take hold rapidly and bring the pressures back on the European nations and Americans to, in a way, step back and join in than creating more problems as they are falling behind in technology development. We have no problem in sharing knowledge with the Americans. Once the American administration through Senate signs the World Peace Treaty that takes this nation out of the animal behavior we have seen in the past years, which has been part of the structure of the work of this nation. Now you understand, our work is very detailed. We have calculated everything in how to work and how to collaborate. In yesterday's talk between the Iranian president and the Chinese presidents online, we have seen the first signs of the close cooperation in every aspect between nations and Keshe Foundation, as now we have both centers in Tehran and Beijing. We work with both nations to change the course, to bring the technology to be taught directly from Tehran universities. In a way, we are endeavoring to change the KF SSI autumn sessions, and if we cannot do by the January sessions, to be taught directly from Tehran National Defense University. In a way, when you become the students of the Keshe Foundation, hopefully you become part of the Iran National Defense University students. And this allows us to bring the research and development forward. We always endeavored, as we said for past 2 years, to bring and make Tehran the center of the teachings of the new space technology. With the new steps which Keshe Foundation has taken and will endeavor to carry on, we push for this, that the teachings, even all our positions of teaching and research, starts from Tehran. We became part of the structure of National Defense University when we released the Corona report last year. And if you read the report, in front page above the Iranian flag, you see National Defense University collaboration. We are here to bring the knowledge and technology and make Tehran the center of the new science in space and peace. We work on the principle of Reactor as we talk good, we do good, and we think good. We think it's good to share, we talk the way we think, and we act to share the knowledge. In understanding the new concept of space technology, we need to understand more in which way it will be beneficial to all of us to overcome the present problems and the future problems which to come. In so many ways, opening the space is the beginning of a bigger adventure for man. We adventured in the jungle of Earth, and we still get lost in the mazes of its forests and oceans. Now we have to sail the oceans of the universe. We need to understand in depth the principle of the creation of the universe and not the structure of the matter state of the man on this planet. In so many ways, mankind has to become one kind of man that understands the totality of the creation and created and makes one man from the whole knowledge of the universe. In so many ways, we start the teaching of the what we call space technology in a different way, different understanding, and in understanding the totality of the work. We endeavor in the coming times, especially when we start the teaching from Tehran National Defense University, the process of teaching the scientists in a very rapid way. In a way that all scientists, when they gather together on the platforms of the Iran National Defense University of KSSI, we all gather to learn and to add to the knowledge of all of us. This way, we make the patterns obsolete because the new knowledge of the space has no pattern. And in teaching it in such a way, make sure that no one can pattern anything, as the knowledge has a basic common denominator of sharing by all of us. As you see, We have planned everything perfectly to get rid of all the problems that the children of man have created for themselves by gaining knowledge and wealth, which has no value in depth of this space. You cannot go to the man from planet Zeus and say, you cannot do this, I have a patent on it on Earth. Hello, good morning, wake up. We gave you the knowledge. You cannot patent what we have given you. In so many ways, mankind will move in a new direction. We learn to share the way the knowledge seekers for past years have learned to share. We go to different classes, from Brazilians to the Spanish, to teachings of break on Wednesdays, and to others. And we see how knowledge seekers, without any fear, share the edge of science, technology, which to them is natural, with each other. That if we bring the professors from MIT and London University, they ask for 20 PhDs and professorship for them. That the layman on the streets understands more than they do. This is the beauty of the new way of teaching. This is the beauty of demolishing what man has made to make himself superior to the others. No patent rights, no what we call being proud of knowing a knowledge which is shared by the others and claiming to be yours. In a coming time, we will open a lot of new sciences and technologies. The Keshe Foundation will, from Linz Exhibition Center, release new technologies on a rapid way that it can be seen. We are planning to open the Linz Exhibition Center on 1st of October to public. You're all welcome to be there on its inauguration and the opening of the center. In so many ways, we invite you to be there because it will be historical position and time. We will not explain who shall be there and who shall not be. We know the Russians are never to be there as much as the Bulgarians, the Romanians, the Americans, and people from Bangladesh and everywhere else making their way to be present on the opening of Keshe Foundation Exhibition Center. We are on our own domain. We are our own, what we call, space. And it's not like last year when we opened the Design Center Exhibition Center. This is a permanent position, and we welcome you to join us in the opening of the Keshe Foundation on the first Saturday of October of this year. This was one of the reasons that we delayed what we call the first conference in the center. In understanding the new process, we all can be part of the start of the new beginning. Keshe Foundation does not see any reason for any of us not to be or find an excuse not to be part of the new development. The opening of what we call Keshe Foundation New Center Theater is limited. Those who want to attend the conference to not more than 70, but is open to public for opening. We welcome you to join us on Saturday, the 2nd of October, for opening up your, what we call, exhibition center, where you will see the new developments. You will see for the first time the 2 new space systems which has been developed by the Keshe Foundation in research centers. The new vertical space enhancement units and the new, what we call, horizontal developments of the, what we call, transmutation of element systems that you will see. We will show these for the first time in the exhibition. It's never been shown in public. And there'll be a breakthrough. This, the first one, the first ones you will see, it'll be the prelude, the beginning of the first transmutation and transportation systems for human race into space. This means you will see the first time the system which can transmute a man without any connection to a position of a space and time to another position in space and time. What we call the new transportation system for transmutation of the energies will be shown in the exhibition on the 1st of October. The testing of it and confirmation of it will happen on the 6th of June next year, where we use the systems for transportation and transmutation and many other aspects. In the June of next year, we will show a system which is developed in the laboratories of the Keshe Foundation that will make the defense technology of the present time obsolete and forces nations to understand that what we call air superiority to be a zero superiority, which means no nation will be able to bombard any other nation and use the aerospace to enforce conditions. We have to respect the need of the nations and at the same time to deliver what nations need, irrespective of color, race, and religion. We have to respect our local understanding and we have to respect each other's position. Governing has to be on a just state. We've been asked to make a comment about the present situation with Afghanistan. Keshe Foundation stays on the sideline. We wait to see, after 45 years of a struggle with the Russians, then the Americans and the British in Afghanistan, that the state of Afghanistan goes back to its own nation to run. We have seen from the beginning of the excuse when the Russians moved into Afghanistan with all what they wanted, they lost. The Americans called themselves victorious with Taliban and the rest, and now the Taliban gave a good kick backside to the Americans to lead. Every nation has to be left to decide by its own. Every nation has to be respected through the leadership which is imposed on them by the citizens of that nation, not from outside. We see troubles coming up in Afghanistan, but these troubles were bred and fed first by the Russians, then by the Americans and the British, and every other way trying to pressurize the Iranian government to change. And now that they could not do as they lost in Iraq in the January of last year, and now moved out of Afghanistan, we will see regional stability in a different way. For the first time, Middle East is becoming washed off the hand of the Americans as they move out of Middle East, as they had a good, what I call, earwhacking last year by the Iranian forces in Iraq. In so many ways, we do not make comment as we are watching a change in the dimension of the peace policy by the American withdrawal from the Middle East. We respect all states and governments, but the problem we see today in Afghanistan was brought in the 1970s by the Russians going in first, and then by the Americans, and then by the rest. And now everybody had enough of playing games in other people's land, losing so many soldiers, and so many people made so much profit out of the drugs. And now we are back to normality of 50 years ago, but with a government which now has all the weaponry which Americans left behind in the agreement made by Trump, that they modernized them with their weapons and they just took the soldiers out. In so many ways, we have to watch and we hope and pray. And this is the responsibility of the Universal Council to reach the soul of the leaders of Afghanistan, to bring peace to them, to their nation. We will see some mayhem as we saw last time, but in charge should be the members of the Universal Council through the strength and the power they have, through the operations, to change the process of the leadership in Afghanistan. It's not diplomacy policy, is the sole policy, and it has more power than the diplomacy. This is why we established the Universal Council for this purpose. reach the leaders that become a just and correct leaders for their nations. They listen to you, they respect you, not through the words and writings, but through the reach of the collective members of the souls of the Universal Council. In so many ways, gradually what we set up in past years taking shape is our members of knowledge seekers who have to learn how to use what they've been taught and how to facilitate in what is being facilitated for them, for the others to coexist. You changed wars, you wish for peace, and you brought the peace in every means and directions in the past 3 years. Now you understand your work is sacrosanct. The members of the Universal Council ask for direction from us, what will happen in Afghanistan. There is no need for such a question. You have the power within you to reach the soul of the leaders and create through them the just means to govern. Then you understand, as you wish for peace and you achieve peace, and in every direction you tried, now you have to work on the collective soul of the Taliban. In a way, they want a new way to run that is pure in the structure of the Islamic law. Understand the law in true essence and guide them through their souls. This is your job. Understand every nation's what we call culture, and then through it bring justice. This is a teaching of today. Is we do not need to go to Universal Council to teach them. Many of you and many of your what I call offsprings in the future will become members of the council. So we teach to stay within your soul, that in time to come, your offsprings take the knowledge from your soul how to conduct once they become members of the Universal Council. In so many ways, understanding the soul of the man, understanding the operation of the soul of the man, and teaching the souls the way they have to operate now falls on the shoulders of the Universal Council and not on governments. You have to teach yourselves and your future generations who might become the members of the council or serve in different capacities with and within the council, that there is no time for the pen and there is no time for computers and messages. Try to work through the pen of the soul of the man, and you will reach the man in any corner of the universe. There is no postman to deliver the letter of the soul on the planet Zeus or from Earth. This is the next step of elevation of the soul of the members of the Universal Council to the higher level for them to understand the position. You have to remember, as the members of Universal Council, you live two lives. One, the life of the soul, and one, the life of the man. And this is your responsibility to separate and do not let the glory of the achievement of the soul become the shame to the dimension of physicality of the life of the man. Understand both and live within the structure of the two. Never be proud in what you achieved through the Universal Council, that it will affect your life in the dimension of physical dimension. The Universal Council members have to learn to operate in the levels that their souls takes them to be guidelines and to create the support for the other souls of not only the man, but the others across the universe. In so many ways, today's teaching mainly lies with the structure of the work of the Universal Council, with the structure of the work of man in respect to the Universal Council, and in how their wishes is leading to the world peace. We provide the facility and what we call technical knowledge in the background to keep them, what we call the children of the man, busy both in the physical dimension and in the case they decide to travel in the dimension of energy and what we call the soul of man. Today is a glorious day for those of you who are the members of Universal Council and start understanding the purpose of your creation. and the purpose that you are here to serve. And be proud that you can serve, and not that you are a member of the council. In so many ways, we have a number of Universal Council members that their work is non-stop during the day and night, in a sleep and awakeness. And they're gradually realizing their, what we call, responsibilities and what it needs to be and to be correct. They will make mistakes, but from their mistakes, the other souls learn. And we see more and more members of the Universal Council spending their time to understand themselves, understand the power they carry to be humble and to serve the others, that the servitude becomes a way of living and not a way of Tuesday afternoon sessions for some people to come and learn something and go. In a way, my advice to Universal Council is to open your Tuesday sessions to answer questions. Let the people bring the problems of their nations and their cultures to you, and collectively find a solution for them through your soul and guide them. This is how your Tuesday afternoon sessions has to be. Not just to introduce and carry on with what you do or you want to do. Allow the Tuesday sessions to become a platform of justice, where people can come for support, where people can come to you as a collective soul to bring the problems of their nations, to bring the problem of their culture for you to hear, and through your souls to find a solution, and through your souls to change the position. This is what you were set up for. We allowed 3 years of development and for you to adjust. Now it's time for you to take positions. As people go to their kings and to their leaders to ask for a solution for the nation's problem, the members of Universal Council become that council, where the world citizens, from the king to the peasants to the prisoner, will come to find counsel and peace and guidance. Open the doors that they can come to you through your Tuesday teachings for relevant questions, for guidance, for help, for you to hear their problems. The Universal Council has taken a new shape, and in a way, we do not give you the weapons which the United Nations had to create war, and with effectiveness, as we've seen in the past 2 years, now that it cannot bring people together to shame them or walk away from them or praise them, you do that. You take the new shape in the Universal Council on Tuesday sessions to listen to the world citizens, their problems, and guide them through your souls, not necessarily by discussion and verbs. In a way, as people bring the problems of their physicality by and through the strength of the soul of the council, you change your souls that the physicality finds its own remedy, be it by man, a nation, or the whole of the planet. Remember the story of the donkey and the bell and the king. Even a donkey can ring a bell to explain there is a problem, and it's the job of the king to find a solution why the donkey is in pain and suffering. This time the donkey is the physicality of the man, and the king is the soul of the Universal Council, but this time without meeting the farmer, but in a direct way of solving the problem through the soul of the farmer and the donkey. In so many ways, the donkey is the physicality of the man, and the farmer is a physical life of the living of the man. You have to understand the soul of the man, the soul of the beast, and the soul of the fish, and the same as the tree. In so many ways, gradually, as the responsibility of Universal Council increases through the soul dimension, the devotion of life to serve mankind in all dimensions and directions on this planet, and all its citizens, be it here or not, it becomes the pleasure part of the life, to serve unconditionally and to serve with the most beautiful way. by supporting the soul of the man that the physicality can change. Learn the way I have lived, and from it learn how to work. Share knowledge of the soul unconditionally and change it with a peace talk. Bring it to be the source of life through the dimension of the soul of man. In so many ways, we learn from the masters of the universe how to become masters in life of physical dimension or the soul of the man or ourselves. In so many ways, every single one of us becomes what we call a member of the Universal Council. As we travel the depth of the universe on our own or with others, we become the ambassadors of our planet. We become representatives of Universal Council of our planet. As you know, when you have an ambassador in a nation, it means representation of the presence, the king and the queen of that nation in that location. So when you become the traveler of the space as a man from Earth, you become the representative of the Universal Council's souls and membership. You become the connection because you represent human race in the depth of the universe. And in that process, every single man on this planet has to live the life of the soul of the Universal Council member, that when you represent human race in different positions and locations in the universe, you represent the Universal Council. In a way, the talk and the life of Zoroaster becomes the talk of Ahura Mazda. In a way, our conduct at every point in the universe becomes a representation of the man on earth. How would you like the others to see us in the depth of the universe? Serene, intelligent, understanding the work of the soul, or as our American friends, gun on the hip and shoot and kill and the gun policy of destruction. I prefer one to the other, which is the former than the latter. In so many ways, all of us, with understanding the new technology and the way we start teaching from Tehran National Defense University, we see that we start in the new structure of life. National defense. We are one nation, and we defend the integrity of the soul and physicality of it. Now you understand why we even chose the National Defense University of a nation than any other university, which means we learn to defend the soul of the man across the planet. We respect and honor the position of His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran and Iran religious leaders in creating such a university in the structure of the military of Iran that today can be used to expand it not only to Iranian national defense, but the planet and beyond to the soul of the man. Now you understand, even your religious leaders have been working for us to create the grounds for mankind to move to the next step, for mankind to be ready for what we call becoming part of the universal community. We use the tool of the soul of the man to bring it to the position of physicality, that for what we plan to deliver to become part of our work, be it the religious leaders, political leaders, or what we call diplomatic structure. In so many ways, we start a new cycle. We are from now till June in preparation of the totality of human race for the next steps, for breaking through, for being able to travel the depth of this universe with a one-day trip. This will be a giant leap for every man, every soul on this planet. We do not accept political position, but in the diplomacy, we bring the diplomacy of the universe to fit into the structure of the diplomacy of the man. Political positions has no meaning, as diplomatic life has a better position to change many, to bring many understanding. At the moment we have diplomacy between nations, we have to learn the diplomacy between cultures of the universe. Accept them with open arms and greet them to be part of us, and teach them the culture and the way we live through their souls and not their physicality. Understanding of the responsibility of a man and his children becomes part of the work of the universe, to become one of them, to understand the beauty that Mitra manifests itself on planet Earth because of this beauty. And the whole universe has been waiting for the birth of Mitra in the physical dimension, that we can start the process. She is amongst us. She has become part of us, and in the coming time, she will reveal herself to all of us. We respect you, we love you, and we salute you. All the religions of today are based on her generosity and correct conduct. And in understanding the life of Mitra, you will understand the creation of the Creator and the life in the universe. In so many past times, many people tried to guess and make imagination. Very soon you hear and understand her words, her work, and what she plans for the whole of the universe through the structure of the soul of the man. It's a gift which mankind carries. But in so many ways, mankind had to taste everything in the past thousands of years for him to understand what can go wrong and how can go wrong and how he can change and prevent it. You cannot be a specialist if you have not worked the field to be a specialist. The soul of the man has learned about the demise and pain. And now, through the elevation and presentation of the soul of Mitra, in becoming the traveler of the universe, it shall make sure that no creation, no existence in the universe will ever suffer in a physical dimension or a dimension of the soul. Now you understand why we took this position and why we have taken this position. The understanding of the structure of the what we call soul of the man becomes part of the life of the man. Now you understand, in truth, you are all members of the Universal Council. Because from next year, you become man of space. And every single one of you, from a man to a cat, to a fish, to a tree, in traveling the depth of the universe, will represent the soul of this planet. You do not need the language and words, but you will understand the totality of the knowledge. My wish, my biggest wish, is that human race in coming months will race to understand fast and learn as much as possible. We support the nations who used to be in the making of the tools of war to convert the technologies to new technologies. We support them in the transition with new technical developments, with the new scientific development of the space. We expect to see the total disarmament by June 6, 2022. It means that the world leaders to come to agree peace process. For world leaders to come to understand that the humanity has reached the maturity of peace. As I said, we invite the world leaders to the land of Mitra, to Tehran, to sign the World Peace Treaty, to commit the nations to peace. And in so many ways will be watched by the religious leaders as much as other world leaders in presence to complete. So many ways mankind has chosen to destroy itself, to destroy its brothers and sisters over centuries. Now we see mankind to change to a new position, to create and elevate the soul of the others before his own soul. Understanding of the totality is understanding the work of the man. In the past weeks, we kept away from pushing or trying to push for the members of the Universal Council to take position, to understand the work. And we allowed them to go to a new, fresh transition point. From now on, it's their responsibility to take their positions and start practicing what they've been chosen by their souls to do. We will facilitate the comfort of the physical life of members of the Universal Council and Committee, that they don't become idle, that because they're a member of the Universal Council, that they become active in serving humanity to be able to change all dimensions. We don't breed in new creatures, but we allow the soul of the man to serve. That in serving, they find peace and tranquility amongst the children of the man. Today's teaching is totally and utterly about the Universal Council, that they understand what is to come. They understood their position, and in a way, we all understood. We all have become a members, representative of the Universal Council as we take wings across this universe, and we all live by the ethos of the rest. And that is all we need to do. And that is all will come to us to take position in time. We put world leaders in position. We put the religious leaders in position for the time which is now to bring that change. And now we replace the present world leaderships with the Universal Council and those who serve within the council, which is the whole of humanity. In time, we will understand. It's the end of separate religions and path of belief to the same creator. Now we all believe in the same creator and the same path. We see the end of Christianity. We see the end of Islam. We see the end of Judaism and Buddhism, because we bring an end in our own souls, but not going to the mosques and temples. We understand the true essence of creation and the devotion to serve. In so many ways, we don't finish with the religions. We finish with the separation of names, and we make all one. And this is the beauty of the teachings. This is when we give to man everything it needs, and it has time to contemplate and devote and serve. In so many past times, one had to demise and demolish one to be better. Now we make one out of all of them within our soul. That we pray the same in the mosque, we pray the same in the church, we pray the same in temples and synagogues, the same word, the same God, the same creator, but different places of
confirming his beauty, confirming his existence, and through it, the elevation of our souls to understand more about him. This is why these places were made, to understand more about our own soul and not the abuse of our physicality and the name of the churches and mosques and the rest. You will see the world leaders will come together the same as the religious leaders to accept the new world peace order, to accept the dimension and the directions which will be put forward by the universal councils. That becomes a guideline for all world leaders to follow. We will see the end of religions, and the religions become one, and we see the beginning of new cycle of man in the space. And in the next 8 months, 10 months, is our responsibility to mature man that fast. As I said, we have requested from Iran National Defense University People Connections to be more open with different aspects of the defense in space and not with the nation. Iran defense technology is superior to any other technologies we know. You have to understand the superiority of the knowledge comes from peacefulness, not from aggression. And we see that in the new American administration, the same. It takes time to turn such a huge ship, but President Biden has taken leadership and we allow it to grow. We allow the American policy of withdrawal diplomacy to carry on. And with it, we support the nation with new jobs that keeps the track of peace. Biden promised his presidency on new science and technology. New science and technology for peace is what we'll get out of Iran negotiation. That every nation has more jobs, more occupation for peace than anything else. As I said, we invite world leaders to come to Tehran. My voice and my word has been uttered the same by the present and the new Iranian president since he's taken office. The Iranian platform is a peace platform and guided and supported by the Keshe Foundation. We work through the soul of the leaders and not by the word of the leaders. Understanding the new technology, you will see and hear the word of us through the mouth of the president and the way we wish. And in that way, once we made the child ready, is for the Universal Council to look after it to grow perfect. And this is the job of you members of Universal Council, many of you present now. You have to understand the responsibility of your souls and do not let your physical life ever to affect it. We have made the children of peace within the souls of the present world leaders is for you to nourish. We have changed the souls of the religious leaders to be ready for such a change. It's for you to nourish them and support them and their nations and their followers to follow the path of peace. In a way, we have sown the seed. It's for you to water it. It's for you to culture it. And it's for you to let it loose within the dimension of universal community. The Universal Council has to understand it has one responsibility, and that is to serve, and is not answerable to no one on this planet except to the soul of the mankind and the inhabitants of this planet. You are responsible for every step this village of Earth citizens live, enjoy, and travel beyond the village. In a way, you prepare the souls of the inhabitants of this planet to become the children of the universe. You become
the guardians. You become the what are called the principal structure for the transition of the man from the village to universal community, the village of earth. Those of you who serve with sincerity will find your path in a much easier way. Those of you who came with tainted wishes to do other things have already left. The new members of the Universal Council joining are very, very few, because the key members have already taken their positions and are serving to the best of their ability. Do not be afraid to take the position to become a Universal Council member, because it brings you knowledge beyond understanding of the course of the man. It is a responsibility of Universal Council members to change the time and the position for humanity. We have a few more months of preparation, and through Iran National Defense University, we change the course of the physicality. Through the soul of the Universal Councils, we request for your support to bring the elevation of the soul of the man. Universal Council and its members are servants to human race across the universe, and not leaders or new race of betterment. Understanding, when you serve as a member of the Universal Council, you serve Mitra. And Mitra is within the structure of the soul of the Creator. Every step you take has to be correct as it befits, as you as the ambassadors of the Creator. There are very few who are lucky enough to take to that position, and there are many who can serve in that position. Prepare the council for the upcoming world peace, and prepare the council to be present in all peace negotiations, as they have to learn to replace the United Nations with the Universal Council, where there is never be plans of war. There'll never be another atrocity through the United Nations, what I call the building which is red from top to bottom. And in so many ways, you have to show the beauty of the soul of the man without representation of any structure. That collectively, as a member of the Universal Council, when you attend these peace talks, they see one soul talking in different bodies. And you'll understand very soon what we mean. In the peace talks of Iran, the representatives of the nations who attend and Universal Council members will be present, which means the present Iranian, what we call the Farsi Universal Council member, will be present in all meetings of the world leaders to bring the position of understanding. And through the position and understanding of the peace through the Universal Council members of the nations, you will establish world peace, even though you might not be physically present in every single one of them. We brought this to start the new cycle. The teaching is not every time to make answers and new systems. Now we teach the soul of the man, new system that it needs to operate under. Being a member of Universal Council is serving the humanity to its utter limits. And in so many ways, you will understand a member could be on Earth, on planet Zeus, or as the knowledge of the man expands in the dimension of physicality in other universes within the universe. No position on this planet is far from your representative in every dimension of the world. Be it us or others or in the universe. The reason we chose the Universal Council this way is because the man will travel both dimensions, the physical and dimension of the soul. This way, with setting up the Universal Council, the council is reachable on both dimensions, physical and through the soul across the universe. And now you understand why we structured the Universal Council this way. As we've done before on other planets and other positions in the universe, and it always has worked. As the Universal Council, in time, very soon, will join the true Universal Council, what we call the Unicos Council, that they understand the work of others across the universe, and they're not independent on their own. In a way, when the Earth Universal Council joins the Unicos Council, we understand all the cultures of the created by the Creator. It does not matter where and how and which position, as they are not present in the dimension of physicality, but they are present in the dimension of the souls. I would like to thank you for accepting and becoming the members of the Universal Council. But now you understand your work has just started, and be ready for the biggest change for human race and opening of the doors of universal community to human race. Our rendezvous is 6th of June 2022, and hopefully, we hope by that time we have enough world leaders matured through their physicality and understanding that we'd launch in the sequence of flight to moon from a number of nations. Those who sign themselves to peace treaty and those who make their nations to be a peaceful nation. Thank you very much for today's teaching, and we go for a break, and when we come back, we'll answer any questions.
Okay, very good, Mr. Keshe. There's some questions already in the Q&A, and we'll address them after the break. Thank you very much.
We are beings from the universe, living in nature, finding our way, making our path through time, looking for beauty. That is why we created the Keshe Foundation Gans Mask, to keep your beauty, to rejuvenate the skin and help it stay young through your life. The Keshe Foundation space technology embedded in the mask brings balance not only to your body and mind, but also balances your soul. Enjoy living happily in balance and beauty. Keshe Gans Mask, your beauty from the universe. Water is the foundation of our life. It is part of every living creature. Pure water gives you the energy of nature. Now you can have this energy in your home. The Keshe Foundation Alkalizer and Energizer is designed for your daily well-being. It increases the pH of the water so your body can absorb more oxygen and stay in its natural condition during the day. Keshe Foundation Alkalizer and Energizer. Be pure like the water.
Okay, welcome back everyone to the 394th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, August 19th, 2021. Okay, Mr. Keshe, are you ready to engage in the second part of the workshop here?
Yes, willing, able. I don't know about the rest of it.
Okay. We have a number of questions in the Q&A and a hand up as well from attendees. I'll remind the attendees you can put your virtual hands up and then we can allow you to open your microphone. Salamia has some questions in the Q&A regarding the way the Universal Council can proceed and what you're speaking of. A proposal, how to modulate the expenditures from the military to the peaceful creation structure of society as a whole.
We don't need to marginalize. Is for governments to find a way to redirect the school of thought of the man. The rest is the scientific world will find its own way. Up to now, we have encouraged our scientists to think of the most destructive ways for us to control population or whatever leaderships. And is for the new generation of scientists to be able to be financed and facilitated by the world leaders, by the governments, and to create conditions that bring comfort, to bring a new cycle of life. We've seen this in the life of Da Vinci. Da Vinci became such a genius in developing and doing things because he went from one regional leader to the next one where he got paid a little bit more to create a more destructive tool that is better than the last one, that the new ruler of part of Italy could rule the others near him. And when he didn't get enough from one, he came up with a new way and went to the next leader and sold another latest weapon that he could design, that they could use to become the new leaders. We don't need any more Da Vinci's, or we need Da Vinci's of the peace. If you read the life of Da Vinci, you understand all his inventions that they are so proud of was in fact to get money from the regional leaders, or whatever they're called, to make a system that the others can do. And in the process of imagining new weapons to be created that give superiority, he came up with random designs that now we see him say Da Vinci thought of this, or he thought of the helicopters and the rest. His mind was one-track minded, to generate money to live a life which he wanted, and the prestige that he wore, he was near the leaders of the region. This is what we have to change in the man. What I call soul Da Vinci than the physical Da Vinci, but in the soul of peace, in understanding how to create things. And we have to guide through the soul of the Universal Council, what we call the world leaders, to, without, in a way, by reaching the soul, to guide the nations to the direction of what I call peace. That's all it needs to be done. I do the same work with Iranian leadership, with the political or religious, be it with the Vatican, be it with the Jewish leaders, the same. We do not reach to talk. We solve the problem at the soul level, and it's their job to get their, what I call, flock, their followers, to that point. The point of meeting and talk policy in the physical dimension is over. In the coming time, you will see how things change. In a very recent past, through the soul of the Pope, we unraveled one of the biggest plans to create the next cycle of mayhem in Middle East. And you saw the result. Those who came to create mayhem, they came to represent this, what we call the demise. The opening of their, what I call, their hand. Look at the Iranian inauguration of the new president. Right in the front door, for one of the very first times in the recent history, we see a direct representative of the Pope in the Iranian parliament, sitting in the front door. We know what to do, and we know exactly how to do it. The plan to create a new mayhem by the Vatican, the way they gave 9 million landmines, was unfolded very rapidly through the souls to the others. And we saw what we call the beginning of the demise of the Vatican and the emergence of the religions to be one. And in the talk of the presidents, we hear the thanks to the shame of the Vatican, that they have sent a representative as their hands of demise was opened. You see pictures we know what we arranged, that those pictures were created. We sit within the soul of the religious leaders, not within their walk and talk. They use our name, we use their physicality to protect our name in the new dimension. Just watch. Go back 2 weeks ago, exactly today, where the Iranian president's been inaugurated in the Iranian parliament. Listen to the speech and watch the pictures. Submission of Vatican to the new world order of peace. And you never understood how it came about. The other question.
Salomina's question has some multiple parts here. For example, how to create new superpowers that are based on peace creation as a variable instead of the military? Is that possible?
That's the human word of superpower. We all have equal power, and it has to be superior. In a way, we are responsible for every action of the others, if you understand it. It's our job to make it peaceful. It's us who creates that environment of peace or mayhem. We saw mayhem in Keshe Foundation for the past 10, 15 years. We saw mayhem in other things. And in the past year, the foundation has become peaceful because the people who were cause of the mayhem have gone. And now we see the same people creating mayhem outside. So it wasn't the Keshe Foundation. The structure has to be understood that we need to find peace. And we need to be those ambassadors of peace to ourselves and others. Then from the past 10, 15 years of what you've seen around the Keshe Foundation and watched the past 12 months, the foundation has settled down. The foundation has become peaceful the way it was set to do. But we were going from one mayhem to another because they were creating mayhem. They were brought in, paid for to create mayhem. And now we see the same mayhem is created outside for the others and outside the Keshe Foundation, but not inside anymore. Look at the achievements of the foundation in the past 12 months. I have found peace. You have found peace. And we learned it's the way to do it. But they never allowed the peace to be here from one to another. And this is our job, to find peace within ourselves, and then we bring that to the society. And now we see outside, others who are like us are under the same destructive attacks. You've seen it, learn from it. We never had peace. Foundation was going from one disaster to another, made up to be, not to become. And the past 12 months, foundation has grown so different the way it was supposed to be from the beginning. But we couldn't see what all the disruption was coming from. Because the soul was not the soul of the man, the soul was a disruptive soul. You work with the intention of the peace and you'll find peace. And your thoughts will bring the peaceful people around. As I said many times, I have found peace, I have found love, I have found everything I wished for in a lifetime of a man in past 12 months. Because those who were destructive souls are not there to destruct on a continuous basis. Find a peace within your soul, you find peace with others around. And then it extends. And it goes, and you have seen the change. The life of the foundation is a best example for the future of humanity to understand the threshold since last July, how it's changed, how meteorically the foundation has found new dimensions in the universal community and on earth with the world leaders and the rest, and all of you. You have to find the peaceful operations with the soul. And then the environment will be created for it. We don't need to change. We have to give guarantees to the souls of the world leaders that through the new way, through the understanding peaceful development, we create a condition for the others to be peaceful. We have to have an answer in the next few months how the European nations and the Americans find jobs for millions of people. Not only job, peace of soul, or they keep on printing money till they find new technology and sciences. When we wrote the inauguration of the American president and we put the American president in a position to become what it is, we put science as part of his work. They speak our wishes, our thoughts in the physical dimension. Now we have to deliver those technologies. A president which is elected on the basis of new science and technology, where is he going to pull the new science out of his sleeve? Unless we have made all arrangements for it. The new administration in the United States has to deliver over 50 million new jobs, which has nothing to do with weapon technology, to be able to justify all these buildings and offices. What to do with them? Change them for peaceful application. We've been through this. We went through this in the 1990s. I explained that many times before. By end of the Cold War in early 1990s, we had a peace dividend, which is your GPSs, and you all use it, and you never understood how it came about. There were suddenly no need for hundreds of satellites which are put there in the skies to spy. And now, one genius, Israeli guy, came out with, let's use these satellites rotating up there for locating down here. And GPS was born. The same satellite. And then we created more and more satellites to locate everything else with. We've done this, we've been through this. Now, Keshe Foundation and organizations like us have to create a change of dimension and directions for world leaders to submit to the nationals a new job, a new way. And that's your job. That's the job of the Universal Council, to enlighten the souls of the leaders. And the Keshe Foundation, knowledge seekers and others will support with the new, what I call, technologies to feed, to keep busy. People are working from home, still making weapons because they're getting paid. But there's nobody in the factory to make them because they cannot get together to make it. And the other thing is we have no soldiers on the ground to fight it. Why are we making these tools for? Everything is ready. We have put the soldiers back into the barracks. And we have put the gun manufacturers back in their homes. Now we have to teach them another way. I was talking to my son a few days ago, and I said, what about the army? What's going on? He says, we are just soldiers on the computer. We cannot meet. We cannot bring the British army together. Because I would say everybody is scared of Corona. And the joy of soldiers was to get there and play war games. And now they don't have anything else. They're all playing computer games. But now we have to change these computer games to peaceful games. It's a collective job. With our position, with our understanding, we work on the leaders with the support of Universal Council. The knowledge seekers have to develop the technologies that nations can pick up and run with, that they can create, bring changes. And the beauty of it is, in the past few weeks, we've seen governments coming back to Keshe Foundation and says, your knowledge seekers have developed this. Tell us they have to come through and work through you and the rest of it. We've seen it in 3-4 countries in past 2-3 weeks. Knowledge seekers working with the Keshe Foundation, creating new conditions of science and technology through with governments. Each one of us has to take his responsibility with the power and knowledge we have. We don't need to have what it is back again to peace dividend and trying to do things just for the sake of doing. We have to understand what is the new capabilities and bring it to our nations, to our governments, and through it, with the support of the Universal Council, to achieve it. How many of you have learned, if you're going to speak to a mayor or your minister, contact the Universal Council. What is my guideline? Can I have the soul support that I go in there? I don't need to do anything. The souls will do anything. My body presence is enough. None of you have done that. We are not making a priesthood. We are making a point of your soul. You don't need to make a telephone call or go to a program. Learn through your soul to reach your Universal Council members, to take their support with you where you go. The member of the support team of the Universal Councils, take those souls with you. You got to learn that mankind has 2 lives, a physical life and a soul life. And now we have to stop living that schizophrenic life, to live as one life, being aware of the presence of both. And do not become hypocrites and do not follow what happened with the other religions in the past. We are not the religion. We are a path, a way of scientific understanding of the creation and the cycle of life, how we can communicate. Do you remember in early times when the mobile phone came, some of the religious leaders went out and says, this is a devil's tool and you should not touch. And then it happened, they had 2 of them in their pockets. The understanding has to be the truth of what we want to do. But learn a new dimension, a new way. You have now access, knowledge, the capability to at least gradually understand, I have a soul, I have something inside me which can get beyond my physicality, and I have my physicality which can enjoy that knowledge, that closeness, without being there in physical dimension. And it takes time. We just got to know it in the past 2 or 3 years. And gradually, the more people understand, the more they will do. The more people who think and live the same as you, you don't need to talk, you understand each other. You're, oh, I wanted to say this. Or that's what I was thinking, and you're there. It's not any more accident. It's maturity, which you have to understand that you're maturing to that level. One could be accident, two could be accident. But why is it becoming? It means you have matured, you learn a new system. You understood more about yourselves and the ways you can communicate with. Any other question? Before we go further, if you go, as I said, we'll try to explain it. If you go on the Keshe Foundation website and to the sales, Keshe Foundation this morning has launched the masks, the disposable masks, and the N95. Ricky, if you can go to the what I call the sales and bring it up, please. These are on order, delivery within 30 days. Because of the expenses and the packaging, it's been put at 2 packs or 4 packs. And there are 2 types of masks. There is one which is the N95, which is at €2 per piece, and it comes in the packs of 20. And then you have the standard disposable line ones, which is a pack of 50, and it's put at €1. The what you call, they put a minimum purchase of €100, which is 2 packs or 5 packs, due to the transportation and delivery cost, which makes it justifies it. For the bigger orders, the Keshe Foundation has made a scale which only be done on the scale of the purchase. If you want to buy 1,000 or 10,000 and then distribute it, it's there. That allows you, if you are selling it, a margin to do. For the governments, the prices is already fixed, and they know the process of the what we call the delivery and disposal. These masks are using the present technology and space technology which we have developed, and we don't see anything on the screen, Rick. You have a blank screen on live stream. These are for support and what we call helping to reduce the possibilities of the absorption of the viruses and the passing through. And in that process, so we try to help further in the whole structure.
I've been trying to find the masks. Do you know what category they're in, Mr. Keshe?
Yes, it's already been put in. Just 1 second, they're working in the background. They're aware of your searching. The what we call Keshe Foundation products, hopefully next week we will release, or the week after, the oxygen systems, which will be released by the Keshe Foundation. It's very good. We see the full products of the Keshe Foundation range.
There's a lot of them. It's just, I wonder how many there are. Over 100.
It's just growing and growing. And by the way, if you go back up a bit, I can tell you something. Go back down to the clothing. The t-shirts and go back to the t-shirts and pants are now, it took us a year to get them moved into our stockroom. And now we have all of them available. If you want to order any of the t-shirts, Keshe Foundation t-shirts, not this one, the other one, the one which is with the what do you call stripes. You show the pants of it at the bottom somewhere. go, yeah, these are the t-shirts which now short and long sleeve has been brought in is this stock and can be delivered immediately. It took us a year. They had a problem with, this is the beauty of the back of it. If you expand it, you can see what is written. Each line is one language of the Universal Council members. We have, if you open it, you will see the writing.
It won't get any bigger. You can't make it any bigger.
Yes, and it reads as it says. One planet, one nation, one race.
Nice.
And it's in the language of members of the Universal Council. Those who were members of the council at the time could translate. It has been added to theirs, but the colors carry different structure of the ganses. When you attend the Universal Enhancement Units or processing, you will be asked to use these, because within the structure of the paints, there are hidden what we call ganses to create that balance, even the writing in the back. And now we can change the clothing into what we call application for the body enhancement. If you go to the top of the page of the Keshe Foundation and press on logo, yeah. Okay, go down the products, go up. You should come to the mask, it's there. Yeah, there it is. As you can see, this is the masks, the disposable one, and there are 50 per pack, and minimum order of 2 packs. And then you have the N95, which is the same. They have CE certification. The products have a CE certification. Do you want to show the other N25 one? N95, please. And the packaging, it comes. These are in a pack of 20, and the minimum order is 5 packs to be able to do the shipping. The Chinese built very similar mask, and their wholesale price for a small quantity is $2.95, to be sold on about €10 per mask. These are the ones which can be used for surgical mask. Even the health people can use it in the hospitals or the emergency people who are in contact. And these are for launch for prevention of viruses, absorption of viruses in the lung. And even if the virus is within your body, with the tests we done in Iran and will progress further on, the Iran health authorities in the hospitals have counted the number of viruses before and after breathing, and it's a huge reduction in them. In a what we call oxygen supply system, which will be most probably released next week by the Keshe Foundation, manufactured in Iran, the health authorities have seen a discharge of the patients from the hospital, even in the intensive care units, very rapidly. And we will introduce these systems in the next week or two, produced and manufactured in Iran across the health authorities around the world. It's a development by the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers who own these companies, and they have tested it and informed the Keshe Foundation, and they want the product to go out as a Keshe Foundation product, not the company product. They'll carry the logo of the Keshe Foundation, knowledge seekers who have developed it, and their structure has become, the supply structure has become part of the Keshe Foundation supply structure. As I said, many knowledge seekers are developing certain companies, and are not going back saying they come up with anything. They bring it to the foundation, and we give them the support. And the new system will be out next week too. One is inhaler unit for the hospitals, and one is the oxygen supply system. And the products will be unique with the Keshe Foundation and can be tested by the health authorities. Doctors can order it and show to their community how fast people, even with a new infection, will affect them directly in recovery from the disease or viruses. But it has to be done by the hospitals and what are called experts. The machine has been developed and tested in Iran in a small scale, which is very rapid results. And we will show this, and the product will be for sale on Keshe Foundation website, hopefully by next week or the week after. This at least gives us a better chance to use a system that we all know, we all used to produce, and we trust in the technology and the know-how. Thank you very much, Rick. As it says plasma enhanced breathing system. Please read the instruction. Yeah, please read the order instruction. How many pieces? And 95, 5 packs, 20s, and the rest of it. Yeah.
Okay, very good. I was seeing that it seemed to be saying it had both GAN's, basically GAN's formula,
yes,
GAN's something there, an activated carbon filter, and also a cold touch cellulose filter. Is that what that says?
Yes, it's part of the structure of the production.
Mm-hmm. And it's also a skin-friendly formula, which is important as well.
Yeah.
While we're on products here, Mr. Keshe, we have a question from Malcolm who says, can you expand on the capabilities of the visual enhancement unit, please? And would it be suitable for someone who is diagnosed with dementia? I am thoroughly enjoying working with it. Blessings from Ireland, Malcolm.
The new enhancement units, which will be shown in Linz for the 1st of October, will have these capabilities for inertia. Dementia will be as part of the work of it. You have to understand, dementia is mainly psychosomatic. And the new glasses for a different purpose. And you might see some results, but it's not what it's set for. We are getting a lot of feedback because anybody who bought these glasses, they know in packaging, you receive a report card that you report back. These are what we call trials by knowledge seekers. And what we read is amazing, what people are reporting about their emotion, how they feel, what changes they've seen. And the reports have started coming in the past couple of weeks, and we're keeping close eye to see exactly what we thought we'll do is doing. But we have to wait in over 3-6 month period. And when you buy these, we ask you, tell us if you see any change in vision, but mainly tell us what you feel emotional. It's the first time the psychosomatic system has been built in a very simple way. We are more interested in the somatic side than the psychological side than the somatic, because you will see the difference, you feel the difference. The way the sleep, the way even somebody says, the dreams are different. This gives access to opening of the soul in the dimension of expanding the soul beyond physicality. The approach is to introduce man to the expansion of the soul of the man, more than the change in physicality. And in that position, it might enlighten the man through his soul, that it might change his psychological point of dementia. Because dementia comes from when we don't want to. It's so bad that we don't want to remember. Or it's taking part of our life that we have no connection with, we don't see any need for it. But you're remembering names and the places, names, it's something that we don't want to do, because so many names, you realize you can't remember 300 names and every name. This part I don't want to remember, because it takes too much. And we do that, we become specialized, and it creates its own dimension. But then how you compensate for it. But this time we allow that to understand, okay, there's more capacity into a structure of understanding the names, the pictures or whatever, and then the soul decides. It's very important. These glasses we put out, when I read the feedbacks, I say, yes, it's doing exactly what we developed it for. In the next few weeks, as I said, we launch new enhancement units for doctors. We value it about $250,000, but that is targeted for the vision. Even we can let the blinds to see, and they decide if they want their visions from what they receive, or is it outside too ugly that they don't want to see. Because we had this experience, we never thought of it, but some people will have no sight. When they see what they see, they don't want to have the vision, be it psychological or physical. But in a very short time, once we finish what we have on our hand in lab, the Keshe Foundation will release new vision systems. If you have a problem with the vision, we can directly interact with it. We've done it, we know how it works, and even we can make a blind to see. You've seen it with Naomi. We have the structure to create, we have the knowledge to create, directly or indirectly, restructuring of the different neurosystems.
Well, Mr. Keshe, there was a question whether this visual enhancement unit could repair actual physical damage to the optic nerve.
Yes, let me show you something. I have to. This I had a discussion with somebody very recently, so we can answer you how and why. We all know these pictures. Let me see if I can get my hands on it or not. Yes, okay. We all know this picture very well. Let me share it with you, then you understand when you speak about the power of the Keshe Foundation technology. This is, we've all been through it. Many of us failed to understand how it happened. And this is in front of you. We all know what this is. We see a damage to the side of the brain. We see part of the brain missing. Exactly in the back of the eye position. Blind and part of the brain missing. This is after an accident. This was a murder attempt on my life, which Fabio and Naomi got involved in. And this is the brain of Naomi. CT scan of Naomi after the accident. Part of the brain was on the street. One eye blind. And this is Naomi. And doctors cannot even find where the piece is missing. When you understand the power of the technology, we don't need to talk. When you look at the videos, you cannot even find what's missing in the brain. Never been done before. We grew the brain. We gave the whole neural system, which was damaged and partially out of the brain, back into it. And this is the girl. We don't talk theory. And this we done 3 years ago, 4 years ago. And this is the girl, part of the brain missing. In the present world of science cannot be done. It's impossibility. The new enhancement unit even allows this. People with a stroke paralysis to be reversed. The new brain enhancement unit, vision enhancement unit, will go into market in the next few weeks. We're working on it. One of our research teams have already tested it even for migraine, how fast we can change migraine. We don't talk that it can be done. This is the girl we all love. And she was part of us. According to the present knowledge, she should be blind and dead. She's with us. She's with both eyes, and I was with her 4 weeks, 5 weeks ago. When I was in Italy, I went to see her and I went to see Giovanni. This is how it was according to present science. She's been dead, brain is gone, blind. And this is the girl today. And she's very bubbly. And she just sends you kisses as we talk to her. We have the knowledge, we have the technology. With it, we have to create the condition of peace. Be it Alzheimer's, be it Parkinson, be it national way of thinking to be animal behavior and killing to be the right thing to do, gun policy, which is the state of mind of a nation to be changed to peace policy. Here, we handle the brain as single. In American condition, we have to change the mentality of the whole nation that killing and gun policy is a power. And we have started with the president. And in a very soon, short while, when the new American president takes her office, we'll go even further with her. Because she has the same mentality as the Chinese and us, and we are in the peaceful path. The new American president And she will bring a new dimension of serenity and new mentality to the world through the women, the power of understanding. She'll come into power when Mitra is physically present amongst us, and through it, we'll see the change of the course to a peaceful nation through peaceful mothers. We'll see that it will come. Just hold your guns till I tell you, then you understand. We do not go in the background to work. Kamala Harris, as a new American president in a very short time, will bring that change in policy. Power with peace. And if you remember, last year, before anybody knew, in August, we announced that she'll be the next vice president and the first woman, color skin president of the United States. And we are reaching that point about right time. And her policies are on the basis of science and technology. And through it, and through her husband as a Jewish path of belief, will bring all four main religions together to work. Buddhism, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. We have done all our works. We know exactly where we sit. Any other question?
Yes, we've got a couple of hands up here from Carlos and Thomas. Carlos, if you'd like to go ahead first. Hello, Carlos. Would you like to ask a question?
Rick, are you okay with your power supply?
So far, so good. I fueled up during the breaks, so we're good for another few hours.
Okay.
I'm not getting a response from Carlos, so maybe Thomas, if you'd like to go ahead.
Yes, hello. Good morning, Mr. Keshe. This is Thomas from Switzerland. I have a little question. I just received some days ago the household reactors. Now, I had actually ordered 4 of the sort of, if I may say so, old ones, and I had also ordered a ventilator. So the 5 which I got recently all together, they're all the same, and I have filled the balls with CO2 and ZNO guns with amino acids from these bottles which are unwashed. Now, to stand them or to put them around the bed, does it need any height, or should some be, as on the picture of the box, the packaging, should some of them be on the floor and one higher up? Or how do I have to place these 5 in order to create the flow, and at which speed should they turn?
Yes, those you can put it in any condition and position you like. Fill them up in. Rick, would you like to show the picture of it on the screen? These, you can load them up the way you feel. If it is you want to bring an enhancement in the emotion, or if you want to bring enhancement in disinfecting, if you want to create a condition of peacefulness in the house, you can load them the way you like in any combination. And Rick, do you have access to the background to bring one of them up to show? It took us a long time to get these moving and developed the way we wanted it, and now those of you who have ordered it, you receive it. These are extremely flexible. You can put them and load them in the different combinations according to the environment which you want to create in the area. You want to, it's the one with a like a fan base with a core on top of it, if you can see it. And the whole process is now that you have the freedom to choose. Today you have a corona infection in the house. Is the no, it's the one with a little white base with a fan on it. Too many products coming up. It's just to use the word, search for it, and it comes up. You can decide. That's it. You passed it. That's the one. Yeah. You decide in if you have a infection in the house and you want to change the whole environment of the house that the others don't get. You just open the reactor and change the composition. You have a house which is hit by emotional problem. Just let it run with the combination of gases that interacts with emotion, which is mainly CO2, Zn, and a fair amount of 10–20% magnesium.
You know what I have is the 5 which came, they're not the one which are on the photo now. It's all the fans with the ball in front.
Yes, these are more advanced ones.
Right. Now, do I put them in different places of my house, or do I just put them around my bed?
You can do anything you like. You can put them outside if you want to bring more birds in.
Right. So if I put, for instance, 4 in every corner of this part of the house I'm using, and let them go and put somewhere in the middle, one which sort of gives the center of the then 5 of the star formation.
Yes. No, this is not the one, Rick. Rick, this is not the one, sorry. It's the fan you were showing. Now, go back to the one you were showing. They have put a fan inside the system.
On the page, it exists somewhere, just the fan, for instance, except the difference is the fan has no ball in front, and the one which is now delivered is a fan with the ball.
Yes, and this is the combination of the two.
Right. With this, I have a little question. Dr. Pillar once told me I should put a little ball in these bigger balls, and he sent me some. These are sort of little balls, a few millimeters.
Yes.
Shall I put them in there also?
You can do, if you can fill them up with different gases. Yes.
Right. I just based on a discussion I had with Dr. Pillar, I just, in order to sort of make an equilibrium, I used just the CO2 ZO with the amino acids, the unwashed thing, and I filled this with a part of this bottle in these 5 balls. And of course, now I will go and open them and then fill it up with water. And now I'm also going to put this, I open them again and put this little ball inside.
Yeah,
And
but you can fill the balls with different combinations.
Oh, the 5 balls, each one a different combination?
Yes, you can do. It depends what you want to do. We know in some trials, if like in the winter, you use the right combination of these in a room, you can bring a balanced temperature of about 22, 24 degrees in some cases.
Oh, so I would go back to Dr. Priller and see that I can buy some different other GANs combinations, and then I change make sort of 5 different ones and then go and test what it does.
Yeah, but these you can use them especially at a time of what we call for viruses.
Right, because I wasn't sure, and I understand now that, of course, if I put them in the 4 corners and sort of one in the middle, it sort of will have a field all over the house. Is that correct?
You can do it upside down, put them upstairs room and downstairs rooms in the same combination to cover the whole house. The extension of these fields, especially, it reaches gradually over time long distances.
Oh, voila. And
try the room, see how you feel, and then extend the room to 2 rooms and see how you feel, and then to the house.
And how is the speed? How is the speed affecting the home?
It has different interactions. Try it where you feel comfortable.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Keshe Foundation in the very near future will launch new systems. We're just waiting for it to be completed. Very, very advanced system in agriculture and in home care. These units will be sold around about €2,500, we estimate, maybe a little bit more or less. But it gives a kind of a coverage of the fields in a very different way, more or less instantaneous interaction. We will release this in a very short time. At the moment, the whole concentration is on what we call the new vertical and horizontal systems, which come out of the Keshe Foundation in the next couple of weeks. And then you'll see a huge number of new products we're working on, which will come every month or every couple of months, because these have to be completed. It's not so easy. For the first time, next week or the week after, we won't launch it in public, but we'll go and test a new units which will be placed directly on the position of any disease. Extension of it in the long run is, if we want to repair a heart, we can put this on both sides of the body of the man, and to replace valves, to rebuild the valve system, to change the arteries, that if you have a problem with you don't need to go to open heart surgeries. A new compact system is getting developed. I looked at the first steps of it yesterday in the lab. And once we launch it, we can target, even, for example, with the big tumors, to empty the tumors very rapidly, or any kind of things. The knowledge is there. It's just that expanding it and developing it in a very much deeper way.
That's very interesting. And
these are all solid state technology.
Right.
We have finished more or less with the dynamic system. If you look at the body of the man, is a solid state technology, and we have broken through that knowledge.
So if I understand right, it's sort of like the stand-up installation, that it will be sort of like specifically for heart problems or
Yes.
for lung problems or
Yeah.
for brain problems, and that is sort of pre-installed.
Preset. Yeah.
Okay, that will be
We can
very
adjust it even to a specific cases.
right.
It is a development we see, and it comes as a combination of many technologies together, and does not sit outside the Keshe Foundation. It sits only with us. We have developed it. Now we expand it, and this is one of the reasons even the enhancement units has been changed. I was with Rick's teaching yesterday. We explained a lot of these things in the background. If you go to Rick's teaching on Wednesday yesterday.
Unfortunately, I wasn't home, so but I tried to find it.
Yeah.
And
we are developing, and we are adding research centers to the Keshe Foundation. We are finding our knowledge seekers who have set up structures or whatever. They come back into the Keshe Foundation structure, and we are expanding research centers in 2 or 3 different countries without going to manufacturing. They just work to develop. And this is what has become. So you will see a massive rise in products range, because we are adding research groups which work full time as a research centers of the Keshe Foundation.
That sounds very interesting.
It is interesting when you see how knowledge seekers have taken the basic knowledge and they change it. It's very interesting. A few weeks ago, one of the most powerful industrialists in Iran, in the world of medicine, health, which they make most of the medical system and they export it now out of Iran, developed the breathing system. Because Iran is, because of the boycotts and all the problems we have started homegrown technologies with the oxygen and masks. And in the process of opening the factory by the heads of the nation, that Iran now has its own oxygen power supply system that we don't need to rely. And he says to the minister and the doctors who are present that this system can be used for corona, and the technology is not mine. It belongs to Keshe Foundation. And the doctors and the minister says, we know Keshe Foundation, but can you make one that we can use it? And he makes it and sends it, and they get the results very rapidly. And he called me and says, Mr. Keshe, I was with the officials, and I told them, I given them the system, and I said, the technology is Keshe Foundation. I'm just a student, but I own the factories and everything else. And they tested it and it worked. And now he is making the system for the Keshe Foundation to market it worldwide. A simple knowledge seeker. And this is the way it's feeding back. We have other knowledge seekers across the world who have done this, and now they're becoming an umbrella. Literally, the guy could say, I have a technology without anybody, but he says, you taught me freely, I work with you, everything I need you teach me belongs to the foundation. If I don't need anything. I'm a wealthy man, we have many factories, we produce edge of science, technology, machinery, and I keep on testing your technology. And now the machine belongs, the technology belongs to the foundation. And this is what I told you, you will get this system because it's knowledge seekers who are developing it and putting it back into the Keshe Foundation. And we see more and more of this. And these systems are coming in from major industrialists who use the technology, they do it at home, and they put it back with the foundation. We have a number of these products in the next few weeks and months you will see emerging.
Wonderful.
We taught freely, and they kept the honor and brought it back. Their factory gets orders, we get the knowledge spread across, and we see the result.
about this corona question. What is happening that everywhere they're pushing this sort of jab, because you cannot call it a vaccination because it has no vaccine in it. It is
I do not like to go into this.
okay, fine.
Because
I understand.
it is a very highly political,
Yes,
and
I understand.
we have shown our solution to the governments, and sooner or later we cannot go from one jab to another disease, another virus, another jab, and what's going to happen with the mixture of these things in our body.
Absolutely.
We have to find a fundamental solution for viruses, which not only serves us here on this planet, but beyond, now that we open the space technology. And the Keshe Foundation has the answer. Is for the new ways to think and not to make money. Some of these injections are charged 150 euro per piece. And your government has to come up with it. They're emptying the national assets reserves.
Yes.
It used to be an oil business, now is an injection business. And all of its main principle of it since behind, we know Mr. Safdie.
Absolutely.
So we will see what it comes through.
Yes, I'm just observing, because as I said, I'm very pleased to have now these home reactors. I will let them put the field over my house, and I forget the rest.
Yes, it's just the new products, new developments, and it is there and it works. The launch of the new enhancement unit for viruses, which will be shown in Linz. We expect you to go inside. It's very much a time machine. This is what you dreamt you will see it in the future. We have built it.
Oh, I'm looking forward to go to Linz.
It is very much like a time machine. You can go in it, and we expect to change of the viruses in the space. We are not building it for this virus or that virus.
Right,
we developed this as part of the next steps in the space technology. When it comes the June of next year, we can't say, oh, we need such a thing, can we go? We are developing all the systems that can be used in the future space technologies.
Oh, I'm looking forward to go to Linz as soon as everything is ready and as soon as we can travel again.
we are opening in 1st of October. 2nd of October is a Saturday. And in that day we have set up a conference for it. But the latest machinery, the latest systems will be shown in the exhibition.
Already in October.
Yes, in 1.5 month time. The systems are ready. We have to complete parts of. It was standing in the lab few days ago, and I walked in and I thought, wow, it is what it says, because it was the first time I returned from travels and it was standing in the middle of the lab. And it's impressive when you see it, when it's completed. And we will deliver what it says. In a space, you get affected by a virus, you can't wait for an injection, you go into the machine. I went in it, it feels so gorgeous. You go inside it, you feel at home, you feel safe, just standing in it. The only problem is the height. We can't go more than 1 meter, 92 meter high. So the tall people have a problem just standing there. But principally, yes, the systems are there. It's getting done by the Keshe Foundation team. and it'll be ready. We expect to have maybe 4 to 8 units available for demonstration for different application by October, but minimum you will see 4 new systems on this.
Wonderful.
And you're welcome. The first one will be initially for the viruses, and the next generation which will come up will be part of the transmutation and transportation. And we will launch a new communication. We told you weeks ago, months ago,
right.
A new non-network communication, which means you don't need any telephone lines, you don't need any email system, you don't need to link up into any network. This will be most probably launched by early next year. But they'll revolutionize the telephone communication. You still can have all the apps you have, but you don't need to be connected to any telephone companies.
That will be very interesting.
You don't need satellite system. It's a new, we said that there are new technologies will come out and you will see it.
Super.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other question?
Yes, we have a question from Ginger. Let me mute you, Thomas. Thank you. A question from Ginger that's appearing in our various medias here. And the question goes like this. Why is Iran allowing destructive use of weapons, this terrible loss of life in Kabul, when in the interview with James Gilliland at CET, you said Iran has the technology to disarm, ergo peace?
I don't understand.
I don't understand either. That's why I was trying to get her to clarify in the YouTube. Perhaps you'd like to, I'll allow you to talk, Ginger, if you'd like to go ahead and open your microphone. I'll try the question again. Why is Iran allowing destructive use of weapons, this terrible loss of life in Kabul, when in the interview with James Gilliland at CET, you said Iran has the technology to disarm, ergo peace?
Yes, but we didn't have the government which was peaceful. We had the most corrupt presidential setting up to 2 weeks ago.
Rick, good morning.
Good morning.
In listening again, I listened to the interview you had with James Gilliland, and you had alluded to, I believe it was Iran, disarming an American, an American
spy plane. I don't need to do it. Let me explain. I don't need to do it. When we announced it 12 years ago, was nothing. Iran military Sabah on the 10th of February has confirmed the technology used for the first time after 12 years. And it is their communication. It's been published both in Farsi and in English. You have a different understanding of what we call disarming, especially like in Kabul. In Kabul, you will see mayhem. This should have not been done if the Americans would not take this drastic action of stealing and drug trafficking, which they brought in with the British. And now the government, which is stopping everything else and wants to bring back what they were trying to bring a stable nation to them, according to their cultural understanding after 50 years. You can't just pick and say that Kabul is happening, you can't bring peace. Russians should have never gone into Afghanistan. They went for the reasons because the Americans were arming the Afghans to create what we saw later on 15 years later, breakup of the Russia. They went there to protect their territory. Then the Americans went in there because they armed the Taliban to go over against the Russians, now to control them, because now it gives them an excuse with a change of regime in Iran in 1980s. And one led to another. You put a bunch of American bandits, literally drug trafficking soldiers, into Afghanistan. What do you expect? You gave drugs to the Taliban. You supplied them with the weapons. And what have you done now? You took soldiers and left the weapons for them. This is the what I call gun policy. Bunch of crook presidents you had in America who lined their pockets from the contracts, who supplied these into the private bank accounts. Every single gun transferred to Kabul under protection of the American protection, your president took a percentage in his private bank account. Doesn't matter which president.
Yes.
Do not blame. Do not blame. I'm very clear. We have the policy to change. If you look, the present situation, even Taliban coming into operation, they're very much as peaceful as it can be done. It was negotiated with the Iranian government. You abandoned people. You did the same thing as you did in Vietnam. You never learned. The same thing in Iraq. You just take your soldiers and run like cats in the mouse hole. And then you expect a change. It won't come. The gun policy of America, the gun policy which you did, you literally, if you look at it, we see in a shameful way what we saw in Vietnam, we done in Afghanistan. You moved out, Taliban moved in the same night. You done the same thing in Iraq. You robbed the nations. You made the nation center of drug, and then you say, why you're not using it? We done a lot. The Iranian leadership under what we call the leadership of Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran has done a lot to bring control to Taliban. You do not know what would have happened if it wasn't the pressure of Iran. Look at the past conferences in the past 2 months, which Iran has been involved with Taliban. You created animals and then you wanted technology to tame it. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Well, sir, I'm in agreement with you. I've studied, I understand, absolutely in agreement with you about the American government and their policies. And it started with them replacing the president in Iran who was sharing all the proceeds of the oil money with its citizens. And that's the way that the resources.
You're talking about the prime minister of a long time ago who was trying to. You see, the Keshe Foundation, as I said, we are looking into the mindset change. To change the mindset, especially the way we see it, it can happen. But again, it goes back on a lot of things which needs to be done on the ground. Because what we have changed the gun policy. Now we have to change the same in other aspects. I don't want to disclose much from the intelligence, but I tell you one thing. A lot of the support and hidden support, which you will see the wrong conduct in Kabul, has been financed by Vatican. In the future, we open this book. When we opened the book of the Vatican, we saw the change and end of what we call the uprising in China. When we opened the hand of Vatican to Iran, we saw the submission of Vatican to even attending the inauguration of the president. A lot of the problem, financing in the background in Kabul, sits in Vatican. You have to understand the way these people think. It's not the first time I explain to you. By creating animal behavior in the Islamic world, you diminish it to push it towards Christianity, which brings a lot of income. This has been the mindset of Vatican for past 50 years. And the organizations they work with, which creates the financing of the weapons. When a religious group, when it is a religious leader, goes to northern Italy to order new guns to be bought and Vatican pays for in past 10 years, you ask yourself why. Half of the guns you see in the arm of the Taliban is paid by Vatican.
Yes,
Now,
and the CIA, you know, it's the Vatican.
We are not going, this, we can go anywhere. But part of when people see animal behavior, people beheading, people put in the ground and shot and the rest of it on the name of the religion, you create that subtle hatred and glorifying yourself. Just look at the news. A few months ago, the Pope out of nowhere appeared in Baghdad with plane loads of money and cash to create war. And they got beaten badly on their tail. The sudden appearance of the Pope in Baghdad wasn't a friendly, was arming to teeth the enemies of Iran to create problems in Iran. And we got him by the tail. He literally ran out of Baghdad with his tail between his leg, as we call it. The same thing now we see in Kabul. See what happens. Suddenly, change of position from one side to another. Keshe Foundation is highly involved in many things which we are not in public.
My understanding is the Vatican and the CIA and the Crown. So
the same.
Yes, precisely.
So look at them. We look at using of the new technology, new way of thinking to change the past, but in a way of disarming the past. I've done this very well before, as I said, in Northern Ireland. And now it's the repeatability in a bigger scale we are doing. You saw the problems in Hong Kong. Where do you think the money came from? Vatican. But
right.
China were ready for it because everything was made, they were given enough information to make it ready. We saw the problems in sudden appearances in different places by Vatican and the monarchs. What you saw even in the teaching of today was the presence of the Vatican representative by Pope in the Islamic inauguration. It shows that we value Christianity, but we bring those who use the Christians to create war into submission. And this is the change we are bringing. We are pre-interacting the situations, and it's not just by bringing the gun policies, bringing technologies which changes the war. We have to show to the leaders of creating these wars that you work through your physical body, going to northern Italy, placing guns to be produced in millions. Just go on the internet to see when Pope was in northern Italy and why he went to biggest gun manufacturing with suitcases of dollars to sign the contract. Why Vatican buys guns for? The most advanced, the law, because the heads of these companies are knowledge seekers. They inform us. You do not understand how deep knowledge seekers, the peace policy and the technology we share has touched the heads of the nations people who work with.
Speaking of working with, I find it kind of an anomaly that you are so involved with China when it's a communist country. What?
Yes, it's a communist country, but it's a safe country. Communist is not the communist you talk in 40, 50, Lenin time. The new communist structure of the China is a correct, fair, seeing equal for everyone. You have a wrong image of communism. I worked in a communist country.
Oh, okay. And then just for clarity, the face recognition and the credits, I don't want, okay.
You need to, when you see, there are two different policies. You use CNN to control your people mindset, or you use policies which is good for a nation, the way President Xi does. Face recognition you already have.
And the credit system, not being able to get on a plane or
yes, when you're a criminal, yes. You see, there is a big difference between the America and China. I don't support either, but I look at the facts. In America, you sell guns, you do to anybody, mental cases, whatever, people who are hooligans, then they kill and then you put in prison. And then you say you have a security policy. In China, it's reverse. The structure of the Chinese communist regime, you call it, is they facilitate, they reduce every possibility for you to do a crime. Then they don't need to make the prisons. Then they don't need to attack. In China, when you get drunk, you attack people on the train, they take your face, you cannot get on the train anymore to attack others. In America, you kill one, you go to prison, you come out, be bigger con, and you have mass murders. The Chinese policy of, it's not a control, is bringing security that people can live a peaceful life. Not in America, you can't even lock your doors. Not in Italy, you have to live behind 3 barriers. I walked into Tiananmen Square, I walked in Forbidden City, a young girl, I've said this before, with her backpack open with a laptop in it. I was with Wang Lin, we were paying visit to Forbidden City. I said to Wang Lin, there is something wrong here. Her bag is open, they take her back. And I said to her, she said to me, my country is safe, nobody will touch my backpack. You do wrong, they face recognize you, they know your God, why should you commit a crime? I walked in the training session in Brussels, a Belgian guy was opening the back of the backpack of a Korean to steal the whatever was in it, and said, you cannot do this. He said, it's not yours, I do what I like, it's my country. It's a different way of living. I prefer to live under communism protection than the CNA of false lies and so many people only black to go into prison. We don't support China. We support China because of maybe a lot of nations need to learn from it. You're getting it anyway. You're getting microchip without you knowing it. They do it openly that people don't do wrong. I lived in China for 2 years. You can walk 2 o'clock in the morning in Beijing or any villages. You walk in New York, 2 o'clock in the morning, you're scared. I walked through Harlem, drove through Harlem, scared with my children shaking, who's gonna attack us. I prefer China because they create a condition of safety. In America, you create a condition of mayhem, terrorism, and killing, and then you're a superior. Communist is not the word, the way nobody lives on what government gives. Every farmer is free. President Xi is putting programs in to bring the poverty. If it was communist, to just feed them and give them, to bring the farmers up to live a correct life, a wealthy life. If you understand the new way of communism, which It's different than 1970s, 80s. You want to be a communist. You want to live in a clean nation. You walk anywhere in Beijing, anywhere cities of China, you don't see a dirt. Even on the motorways, people are cleaning these motorways. You have no, go to China, live the way I lived. You want to live a communist world in a new way, a freedom to be safe, a place to be clean, a place that government works for the nation and not controlling the nation. We have a different understanding of the present communism. And your next president in the next few months will take you that way. Because you will
and
not
how did you, pardon me, and first of all, sir, you're assuming I'm in America, which I'm not. I'm in a country that allows no foreign military.
It doesn't matter. You sound American, but I'll talk to the American.
But I did want to correct you on that. I am in a country that
what is your background? Where do you come from?
That I was born in America, but I've chosen a country that allows. I've chosen a country that allows no foreign military facilities. Never been to war, and
this is what we all want to do. Let me explain to you. I am not against the Americans and I'm not against the communists. I've traveled about 80 nations around the world over the past years. And you understand what is to be and how to be. Yeah?
Absolutely.
We have different impressions of the places. We had a conference in Romania 4 weeks ago. And we traveled to the north of the country and then we traveled to the south of the country. In the north of the country is very European. You don't feel as such. You live in what I call the ex-communists, because I went to Romania during the transition of communism. It was like a backward nation, as I call it. North of Romania is better villages even than America. You go to south of the country, there's still remnants of the communist time state. And it was a cultural understanding how a nation already in 30 years has changed. And then when you talk to people, they say in the north, they all went out to work in other countries because it was so poverty, and they send the money in and they build the north of Romania to a European state, more or less. It's beautiful when you see it. You don't see old huts, you don't see donkeys and whatever, which we used to see in the communist time. But you go to the south, which is a state with the same rhythm of the communism, whatever, you see those. It's how our leaders change and how the nation change a country. If I show you a video from one of the industrial zones built in Tehran, and now is much more advanced than even Silicon Valley. And you have an impression that Iran, this is why Iran is so advanced. The country leaders under instruction and protection of Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran have built scientific zones, just research, kilometers of it. The most modern buildings you ever see in the West. You'll be shocked. And you say, why Iran is this? Why we changed our 90% oil export in 1970s to 30-40%, the rest is there. The Iran research centers, villages they built up is the dream of the Americans. You can't even dream. And the Chinese are even worse than Iranians in building much bigger structures. You have a, not you as public, we have a different image because they want to show us. They can't go in the industrial, restricted only for research and development, which billions of dollars have been invested. We are proud of it, but they don't tell you because then they can't say Iran suddenly didn't annihilate the American base out of just a whistle. There are structures built. When I received the videos of the research zones, you cannot manufacture in these areas. There are kilometers and kilometers of the most advanced modern buildings and factories built by the people who are doing the research, not built by the country to be there. In China, they do that. You see, Iran is years ahead of any other European nation in research and development. If I release the video, you will see, it will shock you how a nation leadership has changed the country. The same with China. China leadership has changed the country. When you look at some of the videos which comes out of, we're sitting there, knowledge seekers feed us with the continuous information from around the world. Yeah, you will be amazed how then you say, why doesn't West tell us the truth? Your American government shuts down a lot. If you see, let me see. Rick, I send you a video, and this has to be played for people to understand what American is scared of. Advanced space technology centers, research centers, which just built by the companies themselves, not by government like China, people come into it. And it's kilometers and kilometers of research centers in every aspect of technology. This shows the beauty of a nation. This shows the advancements of the nation. And it's all under the leadership of His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei. We change governments like t-shirts, but the leadership stayed straight. And you see it, then you understand different things, what Iran is and why they're scared. Rick, I'll send you a video. Would you like to play it? Can you receive it?
I'm not seeing it yet, Mr. Keshe.
It's on your Telegram. Do you see it coming up?
No, there's nothing coming through yet.
I go and when you see these centers, research centers, then you understand what America is scared of, why they're trying to diminish a nation. These are research centers, all most advanced, and China has even more. We are part of it. We're sitting in one in Jinjiang. And still, this is not the most advanced centers. The nation has to create its peacefulness out of reliance on its own assets, not to be bought and changed by the others. Have you received it?
It's just coming in now. It's going to take another minute or so here.
Yeah, and when you play this video, you will understand how advanced. This is one of the small research centers, villages in Iran. And then you understand why America is scared of such a coverage of knowledge in different aspects. And then they can't tell you, they're more ahead of us. They're more advanced, so they scare you with the religion and everything else. As a scientist who travels around the world and goes to these kind of things, I'm proud to be Iranian. I'm proud to be part of the Chinese structure because the nation works. The leadership works for the nation. They don't show you this, otherwise they can't, crucify them. Just play the video. This is a research center area. Nobody can go, nobody lives here, nobody produces. It's just pure research.
You want the audio with it as well, Mr. Keshe?
No, don't play the audio, leave it, because the talking back is different. Now you see why. This is just pure research area built by the researchers. And it goes for kilometers. Iran is not what they tell you as a village. We are the most advanced technological nations at the moment. Nanotechnology, space, and it goes each directions for kilometers. And this is a phase 1, now they're in phase 3. Now you know why United States is scared to the skin of Iranian scientists. And you look at it, it's deep. Company of nano-materials. And you look at it, it goes on and on. And this is only research area. You're not allowed to manufacture here. Nobody lives in this corner. Now you understand what you don't see. And this is why all these buildings is just research, development of new technologies. You don't have this in your Silicon Valley. I'm proud to be Iranian. And I'm proud to support the Iranian leadership. This is the reason. And these buildings are full with people. Built by the companies. They give them the land, they build the research centers. Now you know why your government is scared of Iranians, because we passed you. And this is, look, distance, all only research and development into computers, into nanotechnology, into a space program. It's not one building, and it's not huts. This is the true picture of Iran they don't let you see. And this is the first phase. Second completed, third is in progress. And this is a small area. You can replay it again. Then you understand why we support nations who support their citizen scientists. During the Shah regime, we had to escape to America and others to be educated because there was a university in Iran. Now we have 4 million seats in universities. This is where our people go. It's the envy of the world, Iran research centers. And there are many research centers, areas built by Iran. And this is a lunchtime. And you see it. And I can show you 5 or 6 videos like this. You can see the depth of the research centers. This is what your presidents, your European governments don't tell you. We have passed it beyond your imagination. You dream to have such a thing in your, what you call Silicon Valley. This is one building. Everything. You cannot produce a single item here. It's only for research of new technologies. And then you can imagine these research centers, what factories sits behind them in the industrial zones.
And just one more question. So Iran is an Islamic nation?
Yes. Respecting Christianity, Judaism, Zoroastrianism, and Buddhism. Doesn't matter what way we pray to the Creator, it's how we live our path counts. You have an image of a camel, and now you're sitting on one in your nations. We are dealing with a space technology we are talking about.
You keep presuming about me. So.
I don't, you as not you personally, I'm talking to the West.
Good.
You understand? But still you carry the blood. It's all the same. But this is what it is. This is
beautiful.
What this is what Americans are scared of, and they're scaring people about Iran. One of the most leading scientific nations on this planet. The boycotts is to get access into these rooms, into these buildings, because they stole up to now, they can't steal. What you get outside Iran is the leftovers. The true scientists in the United States did not develop the nation. The boycotts is to get into these rooms to see what happened in these nanotechnologies and the space technologies. And it's not empty streets.
Iran's now, I think, around fifth or fourth in the world in nanotechnology, and perhaps even at the top by now. That was a couple of years ago. They went from like position 56 to number 7 in just in a short period of time, within a few years, mainly because of the number of papers they were producing, scientific papers about nanotechnology. It says nano right on the side of that building.
Keshe Foundation soon will move into these kind of facilities for a launch of the space technology. Iran is very open with its scientists. I can send you videos and videos. When we stand behind our nation, or any nation, is because they are there to serve their people, not just for anything else. And you have to be correct. Doesn't matter what you do, in every way, in supporting the nations who invest in their citizens. Doesn't matter communist or ex-communist. I sent you another one. It's downloading to you, show the same. This is another part of the same park, what they call research. And this is the first phase. We are now in the third phase. Have you received the second one? The West has to understand why your leaders are opposed. Because the Iranian leadership under Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran has changed the culture in Iran. And this is in one of the cities. We have the same thing in Isfahan, in Shiraz. It's not located only to Tehran. This is the fear of the West. Such a rapid development hidden from the public eye. A nation which is industrialized beyond imagination. 70% of our graduates are women. This is another part of another in only research. These are only research centers. And built by the researchers. It's not built by the government. Now we understand. Thank you very much, Rick. We don't support communism. We support the nations who invest in their citizens the correct way. Not by fear, by putting them in prison, but by creating conditions that you cannot commit crime. When you get into underground in London, you're scared who's going to pick your pocket. When you get in underground in Beijing, you're happy in there because it's as safe as your home. That's the difference. When I got on the train track in Chicago, we got off the next line because we moved into the dark side, as you call it, and we had to get up to get back out in case we didn't know when we're going to get robbed. I prefer to live under the new, what you call communism, than the advanced Western world. The new Chinese leadership has brought prosperity beyond imagination of the West. They have to demolish it and diminish it because it doesn't show how incompetent the Western leaders are. And you only have the CNN and BBC. Now you've seen Keshe Foundation news report of Iran denied. I can show you the same. Look at the video of the Keshe Foundation in Shenzhen. It's a huge industrial zone. And it's getting filled up. And it's a small part. When you look at our, what we call Keshe Foundation videos of the new factory, when they have taken a picture, when we're taking position, you see it's not just one building. Chinese is doing the same. They're creating jobs, they're creating security, they're creating a condition that allows what I call life in its beauty. Where in the West, they just scare you, so that's it. We scare them, we sit with them. Because if they don't scare you, they cannot control you. China works opposite. Creates condition you don't need to scare. You create enough jobs. You have a problem creating 1 million jobs. 350 million Chinese between the age of 20 graduates to 35 are running the Chinese industry. They don't need the West to buy a single thing. This group of well-educated, which is more than the population of working population of United States and Europe put together, are buying their ways and changing the economy of the country. We don't need in the West, you think the Chinese are coming to take over, you're buying the leftovers of China. The Chinese are using the best for themselves. You take the technology, they produce the best for themselves. It's changed you. The West, we have a wrong image. Why do I support communism? Because it's a fair, it's a correct conduct. I support the Iranians because you've seen it for the first time. We are one nation, and Iran is part of our nation. China is part of our nation. Once we become prejudiced about one or the other, then we create the same mayhem of the past. And this cannot be done anymore. What they try to tell us, and people like us who travel the span of this planet, will see who's talking just for the sake of what I call demise the other one. Our leaders, their job is to create the environment for the citizens to live a safe and perfect life. And be it Iran, be it the island, your country doesn't allow anything to go in, be it China, as long as the leadership creates a condition of safe environment, that's what it counts. In America, you can't go out after God knows what time because you don't know if you're going to get raped or robbed. It's a different kettle of fish. It's a different way of living. And the leaders of Iran, especially on the instruction of Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran, has seen a revolution in Iran in science and technology. How many presidents we have changed, but not the leadership. And this is what the beauty of new ways are.
Thank you, sir. Personally, I'm a fan of the traditional Cherokee government egalitarianism. So
I don't know which way, whatever you count it. The reality is we've been lied too many times by
deceived.
Yes, deceived.
Yeah.
And
Deception.
in a way, I call it mentally raped, that we take anything because it's so much of it. It's so much of it, so much lies and deception, and so much
corruption.
Corruption, yes, of course, corruption. Corruption is not done by us. Corruption is done by those who we choose to represent us. And we should have the position and the possibility to change it. And in the West, we vote on the paper who would live in the prison. Any other question?
Mr. Keshe, hi, it's Dean here. Can I ask you a quick question, please? Or just explain something that Rick has put forward, which is a very incredible position, where we have the Universal Body Enhancement Unit. And it's been entered into a competition, as we know, within NASA. And we have a position of number 3 age groups or something. We have 530 entries in this popular vote for part of the contest. How do you feel this would be part of what we've just viewed with the Iranian position you've just shown, where there are many, many research centres, and you have this beautiful unit sat here with all the technology we know behind it, that has gone into a competition in the Western world for everybody to view and to access. How would you feel that this would tie in with the Iranian research centres that are obviously in evidence in position in these very moments?
The enhancement unit put up by Keshe Foundation, put by Rick in this competition, belongs to all of us. It's not Iranian. This is representation of our knowledge put together. Rick, I sent you another video if you want to play it. This competition which Rick has put us in is not to show Iranian technology. It's a Keshe Foundation is part of one nation. Pieces are produced in China, technology developed in Iran and in Italy and in Arizona and in Austria. And this is a representation of all of us and does not count that way. And doesn't matter what it goes, we should not actually enter this kind of competition, but it gives exposure. We are not there to win or to change. We are there in a way. Rick has decided this is a way to do, as it's good to put it in public, and he's a member of the core team of Keshe Foundation, and we support him. But this is not our, what do you call it, competition, or where we come, we lose, we win, is very much in the hand of the, what we call public. If you vote for it, and then what comes out of it. And you see, we work as one, and there are those who try to destroy as one. I want to open something to all of you to understand. You see this enhancement unit in the Linz, what do you call it, Linz Center. When we put this in, a number of knowledge seekers came and went and everything else. And people from Belgium picked on these people and targeted them. Even the people who are ordering the system, they went to them saying this and that and trying to damage the foundation of cancel orders. We had enemies inside us till last July. And now the Keshe Foundation is us. There's still some enemies inside. But we don't look at it that way. We pray for their soul, they understand, they elevate. And the technology, what you see in now, You're how far? You're less than 10 meters, 20 meters from the two enhancement unit where you're sitting.
That's
It
correct,
hasn't
Mr.
changed.
Keshe, yes. Very,
It hasn't
very,
changed.
very close to them, yes.
It hasn't changed. It's the same technology, but up to now, if you look at the competition which Rick has put us, is India or somewhere else, this technology is us as a human race, what we have gathered in science, in material, in design, in nanotechnology, and it's there. This is the exhibition, this is a material of us as a human race without borders, without nations, being Iran or whatever.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. It's nice to come back to a position of where, after everything that's been spoken about, I know there's been many beauties, but it's always nice to come back where we end on a joyous note that fulfills what the foundation's ethos is and the beauty of it and the knowledge that is being shared with many people. So
I've been asked, can you promote this? No, we don't need to. It's there. It's knowledge seekers. If you feel, go there, what there. And it's in English. A lot of other language people don't like, or people don't like, or don't want to be involved in these things. But it's there to bring another piece of knowledge and a piece of things in front of it.
Right now, it's in the number of views, and people have actually looked at different things in this contest. Out of the 400, there's 530 some odd entries. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship unit is now in number 2 position in terms of views. We now surpassed India's smart sterilizing face mask in views. And we're threatening them with votes at the rate we're going at as well. And if we go to the medical section here, if we look at the views, the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship unit is in the top of the list of the medical section for views. So it gets some exposure. That's going to turn a few heads, and you know, it's kind of fun. Still, in terms of votes, we're still a little behind, but we're actually, I shouldn't say that. We've come up from 10th and 9th last week. It's now in the 6th position. It's come up 3 positions in the last 2 hours. So the unit actually, I found out the contest goes till September 10th as well. So we have an extra 10 days than I thought we had.
We have millions of supporters and only 188 have voted.
I know. Well, there's millions of people in the US, but only a few are voting for this, and quite a few billions in India, and they've only gotten so many votes as well. So the thing is, the unit's coming up faster and moving faster in votes and in views than any other thing in the entire contest. Nothing else is moving up in the scoreboard like this.
We don't ask people, we don't want to encourage people to vote. You watch it if you think about it and you want to do it. When you see 390, most probably 300 are the workers of the company or research and family. Please vote that we go up.
Exactly, or you get fired.
Yeah, you get fired. But we don't want to do this. It's there, let people decide what it goes. But I think the opening of the Keshe Foundation on 2nd of October, or 1st of October, 2nd of October, with the new machines is for public. We are not inviting any mayors or things that what we saw with the mayhem with the Belgians and the pedophile guys in Linz and Germany calling all the ministers and calling the newspapers. This is a private affair for Keshe Foundation. We have our own television station we report. And we bring the technology in public in a different way. In the next few days, we have coming weeks, We have a number of ambassadors and world leaders, assistants or secretaries who have already talking to us to come to see the center once we announce it's open. We expect at least 2 world leaders to pay a visit to the Linz Center within the next few weeks on the trip through Austria. And they have requested, can we come and see? We have a number of world, what we call scientists who want to come and see the revolution in science and technology. We don't need a little mayors that they wrote. If I show you what these people have written to the newspapers in Austria when we opened the thing, and it all came orchestrated by the Belgians, the people who we kicked out last year. And they're calling and trying to stop. We gave more attention to the Keshe Foundation, why this company has come to us. But we don't need to, mayors, they change, they run a little village or a little town. I have 3 or 4 prime ministers who are making a special trip to come to Austria once we open, to come to the center. And I already informed the people who work with us in the center that there are days that we ask them not to turn up. It's totally private. And this is where we count. This is where we structure. This is where the technology has to say that belongs to all of us. It's not anymore one nation. The screen of this, the technology of the inside of it, control of it, design of it comes from Canada. Our team in Canada designs the control system in the background of all this. The design of the shape comes through the Chinese and Austrians and the others, and every piece of this machine we look at is supported, helped with understanding, design of technology by someone, different groups or members of the Keshe Foundation around the world. If you look into this reactor, if you can expand it, if you can expand this picture, you will see even a little piece hanging from the ceiling. I don't know how much you can see, or you see little bits hanging on the side. In the new developed system, you see nothing. We have advanced so forward that you don't see anything. Everything has gone inside. More advanced, more powerful. And but it's a collective knowledge of the knowledge seekers around the world. This is representation of knowledge of humanity on its edge, not a nation. And none of
Mr.
us.
Keshe, can I quickly ask, so will within the exhibition itself, and will it be when we have the private guests that come in, they will have a full stock of products we see on the store they can choose and take away for themselves and distribute amongst their family?
It is what we don't dictate. It's theirs and how it is and the way it will come into how they decide. We have opened a small corner for the products, not for them, but for the people who come, because from the design center, we notice knowledge seekers who come, they want to get something or have something. So we have established a 40, 50 square meter area, maybe less or more, for products if they want to purchase. We are there because our warehouse and the facility and dispatch is in the same building. We are not bringing something special because of it. Our dispatch area for all the products are within this building. So we are not very far, and the new facilities, manufacturing of the Keshe Foundation will be within this area, which is getting established for January. Not in this building, but within the vicinity, because it's an industrial zone. We are creating a number of new jobs in Austria, in Linz. Knowledge seekers call us, can we have a job? If it fits, if you have the expertise we are looking for, yes, why not? But we are not taking the same as before, a knowledge seeker. I'm a knowledge seeker, I have to have a job. You have to have the expertise that it helps us to go further.
I think they'll all be welcome, Mr. Keshe, as you said, if they have the knowledge.
Now,
and the
welcome to
experience.
come, but if you have a knowledge that they can add to us, you got to realize every single person we employ in Austria, average, when we top it up everywhere else, it's going to cost the Keshe Foundation 50,000 euro per year. Taking into the rent, the accommodation, the, what do you call it, accommodation of the factories and everything else. Every day this exhibition center is open, it costs us thousands. And Keshe Foundation is paying for it. If we don't own the property, we have to pay. And it's knowledge seekers who got to support it. Be it by technology, be it by time, be it by whatever. This exhibition, new exhibition center with the television center, which Dean is speaking out of, and the conference hall, which we have created, it costs every day in digits of thousands. You will see it when we open it. We are in a prestigious position and building. We haven't opened a little hut in the back of a village somewhere to show a machine. The new heads of the Keshe Foundation, the ladies are working beyond to get these things, everything from China to here, to support the Keshe Foundation team in China, working relatively the same in Austria, the same in Iran. We see the Mexico coming up very soon. Nigeria now is on a move to move up into manufacturing soon. And then more and more. This is why you say, when I was showing you the picture of Iran industrial zones, this is the building of the Keshe Foundation in China. This is our setup now, this building. And if you look in the depth of it, there is more of them. This is one industrial zone. It's not just us. In America, you're in stagnation. In China and Iran, we are in development. This building is Keshe Foundation. This is where our team are working. And it's people have the wrong image of the Iran and China. Very soon you will see the Keshe Foundation name on top of it. And the entrance and the building is getting done. We have 1 year to finish this huge 17,000 square meters. Your masks comes from here. Your answers for the agriculture in China comes from here. When you look at the new factory in China, you will understand that it's not a game of just doing things anymore. It is understanding what, as people who believe in peace, people who believe in changes, are working for. We are not talks anymore. People trying to say we are afloat for 12,000 euro. The buildings and our investment is in billions. That's why it became shame to the Belgians. Kangaroo courts, fake courts. Rick, I'll send you another picture, a video if you want to play it. Then you understand how advanced we are, why the governments don't listen to people who are destroying the Keshe Foundation from inside. Have you received the second one?
Yes, just a second here.
This video you see It's just showing the building of the Keshe Foundation. They're just driving around it. Then you understand it's embarrassment when we are a 15,000 euro fraud. This is your building. This is what your work and technology has brought to Keshe Foundation. Just driving around it, it takes time. All this is Keshe Foundation. And what your Chinese team is working inside, and every work outside is running around to back it, to be able to support it. These are private videos from our archives, but you can see it's a different Keshe Foundation. When you look at the Mexico, the same. When you look at the new Austrian headquarters, we are not a telephone call, there are thieves in that. This is what you as knowledge seekers have brought for KF to be. And then you will see the videos from the Austria, and then new videos coming from Mexico. The Iran factory to be set up, you will see the videos of it. And this is all what is getting done by us as knowledge seekers. The spreading the knowledge for peaceful application. You think governments are going to listen to riffraffs?
It's good to see, Mr. Keshe, that the organisation, the foundation, is as it's always been. It's a global organisation. It's taking position all over the planet and bringing about this peaceful condition that is the ethos of what everything you've taught. And these conditions, these buildings, these the manufacturing and the research that's behind all the technologies that you brought forward is being brought forward in a peaceful manner for humanity, and it's good to see this taking place. It's the knowledge seekers around the world have been expanding the knowledge and sharing it for a very long time, and it's great to see now this in the matter state. It's good to see this position happening, and with everything you explained earlier on with the Universal Council and the position that the council can have to enhance and to really change the soul of all the leaders that are have been in the positions that they've decided to take. We can reach those leaders with the intentions of the Universal Council and bring about this wonderful peace that we also desire. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. Rick, I'll send you some more pictures. This is the final version of the interior of this building. You will see when you go to the Keshe Foundation factory in China. And all the Keshe Foundations you see in Arizona will be furnished with the best available designs and technologies which is available in the country and the place. Have you received the pictures?
Yes, I just have to save each one individually because that's the way Telegram.
This is what you see when you go inside this building in Shenzhen. And we are there for knowledge seekers to understand we are not anymore in a peace talk. We are in the process of bringing that peace talk with space and technology. And you will see it. The team of the Keshe Foundation in China are working relentlessly. They're, even when they're building the buildings for them, inside doing it, they're producing, they're working. This is what you will see when you walk into this building. And it's getting done to the best. There are a number of pictures I sent you. This is the entrance of the building you see from outside. We were given a skeleton. It's all getting paid for, done and delivered. we come from a breed of international businessmen. We know what and how things has to be done. This is your factories. This is where you as knowledge seekers invested your time and development. And now in these boardrooms, we change the plans of the world because we can deliver. All paid by the Keshe Foundation. We have not a single cent of borrowing anywhere in the world. I financed, I backed, and you backed me with the sharing knowledge.
Mr. Keshe, it's also the fact that I can vouch for this myself, that as a knowledge seeker that has learnt the language, the knowledge, and come through to be able to participate and be present with the foundation. And all knowledge seekers have this chance, this capability to be part. We're all equal, and that is such a wonderful new position for many potential souls who would like to learn the knowledge and come forward. Gives them an opportunity to be part of something much bigger and be just as important as anybody else, as any other soul. And that is that change of ethos is that's incredible. That is a real change for humanity, and that brings about great change across the whole environment. And that's a very special thing that has been brought forward. Thank you so much.
If I share with you, you will see this is the Keshe Foundation in Mexico, fully owned by the Keshe Foundation. We invested in it to bring changes in Mexico. And now it's going into the structure of producing and the rest of it. We haven't wasted time or money, but even though it takes time. As I said to knowledge seekers, it took Christ 300 years to find 300,000 followers in Europe. Keshe Foundation in 15 years have 350 million followers. We done that. Any other question?
Yes, we have a question here from Mark Curran in the Q&A, and he wants me to ask the question, so I will ask it. He says, it's great to have all these new products coming out. What I would like to ask Mr. Keshe is, when will we see a currency exchange rate that will benefit all nations? At the moment, our currency, which is the South African rand, to the euro is 17.44 rand to 1 euro. This makes all the products very expensive for the average South African and third world countries.
We have started in one coin. If you buy your coin, it stays always the same currency. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter which factories of the Keshe Foundation you deal with. Our coin has been accepted by the European Central Bank as a valid coin, as valid currency within the structure of the Keshe Foundation. We had to go through a process of a lot of clearance with the European Central Bank through our bank, as I've said before. The cash coins which you buy as a donation, but as a currency exchange, you can keep it last year worth €1,000. Today it will worth €1,000. Next year it will be €1,000, and you still can get 3% interest on it if you request. And gradually, as we extend this, as we go into different aspects of it, with product lists, expect to reach thousands in the coming 2-3 years as we now start the growth. Doesn't matter where you buy, when you bought the, what do you call it, the cash coin at the currency of 5 years ago, 2 years, in our shops, in our production, in our systems, you still have that value. You haven't lost your value. In the next couple of years, you will see a lot of agricultural goods sold by Keshe Foundation in different locations around the world. We're hoping next week, next month maybe, we offer you cottons, which are cotton buds, which are produced in China using the Keshe Foundation technology at a price we want. If you want to buy per ton and transfer it and buy it from a first against what we call natural growth without any chemicals on it, you can purchase it by now. We expect harvest in October. We have farmers who are producing different materials in tomatoes and cucumbers and other things, and we have Jim in Australia producing lettuces. The agricultural products and other things gradually will come up. We will launch a new storage system maybe next month, or maybe much even earlier, where at the moment, especially for container ships and tankers and trucks, a lot of goods gets perished very fast, like in transportation. We will launch a new products for this very shortly in the international market in the background. Again, this is a development in Iran, and we will introduce it internationally. It's in the process of development. And you can create environments to do anything in them. We are establishing what we call very rapid development, that most of the things you might need, if you like it, is available, but it's the same currency around the world. We don't exchange your cash coin if you buy from Chinese factory or Austrian factory or Mexico factory to local currency. You already bought your currency at fixed rate. And this will take more hold. We carry on with the same process as we establish. A lot of people buy coins and then they exchange. Can I exchange what is to break it up? Yes. We don't allow speculation. If we allow speculation, then the poor people will stay behind because they cannot speculate. 1,000 euro of a man in Africa to buy Keshe products is the same as 1,000 euro of a man in New York or Tehran or Beijing, because we keep it that way. Very soon you will see factories built by Keshe Foundation, operated by Keshe Foundation in Eastern Bloc, what we call Eastern Bloc, because we realize there is a gap in there and we need to address it, and it will be addressed very soon, where the products from our new factories to be setting up will be that the economy of the nations can support and afford. Any other question? Shall we call it a day?
Yes, it's getting on here. You see, we do have a hand up from Wallison. Perhaps we can hear from him. And you've pretty much cleaned up the questions. There's one about can the heart system for repairing the heart, can a blocked artery be cleaned out to bring the artery back to a good working condition? And if so, I can be a willing patient for this system. From Antonio.
Oh, we have millions of willing patients.
Yes, millions more that'll be willing once they find out. Yeah.
The process is a natural process. It's not a interfering process or intruding process. It's a natural. Your body does the job. We just create the environment for it.
So perhaps we can hear from Wollaston, and then we can let you go, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Wollaston. Did you have a question there? It doesn't seem to be responding with the unmuting. I've asked to unmute, but oh, there it is. Hello? Hello, Wilson. Can you go ahead? See, you've unmuted your mic. Something's not connected with the microphone, I guess.
Hello?
Whoops. Hello? Hello?
Problem, Houston.
Hello, Wallison. Can you go ahead?
Hello?
Over.
Me off? Speaking.
I think we have a communication problem there.
Okay. Well, sorry, Wallison. It's too hard to hear you.
Yeah, no problem. Just let it go. Thank you very much for today. Thank you very much for today. And I hope today the Universal Council and all of us understood that we are part of the council will start taking shape. You will understand very soon why we run this program today this way. Very, very soon. As we try and we bring to replace the United Nations with Universal Council, international and world leaders have to understand who they're dealing with. And it doesn't come out of the back of some Tuesday things. It is our responsibility to bring to the attention of world leaders. You have many of them listening to these teachings every week, that the new instruction, the new structure of world peace comes through the new setting, where there are no borders. A member of the Universal Council represents, as a Chinese Universal Council, all the Chinese across this planet. We got rid of the borders. And the world leaders has now been entering into a new arena with the Iran new president and understanding of the new world peace, that there is a new game in town, that we have respect each other without borders across this planet. And the leaders of the world have to start understanding the change. And we will run a number of teachings like this, specifically for more people to understand, and Universal Council members to understand their position by all of us. It's not just teaching mechanical systems of making things, it's not just understanding the soul program, it's understanding those who will lead us and protect us in the coming time through what we chose, where we leave our trust in, and where we trust that we've done the right thing. Thank you very much.
Mr. Keshe, there was a question earlier from Liliana in regard to that. She says, with regard to the UC sessions on Tuesdays, we'll be open to unify criteria. What protocol should be followed?
Make one protocol. Don't ask me. Your decision.
That's up to the Universal Council people to get together and sort that out. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And
thank you, Mr.
I hope I open your eyes to the true meaning of the science and technology in the science, what I call environment of Iran. Now you see why your nations are putting so much boycott in the most advanced nation. Not for you to see the truth. It's the same with China. And these are not the only two countries. The other countries are advancing very rapidly, and they're threatening the bad ways of the past, which they're used to. Thank you very much, Rick.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you indeed.
Okay, thank you everybody for attending today's 394th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, August 19th, 2021. What else do we have to announce here? I guess we have the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace coming up on Tuesday at 8 p.m. Central European Time, as per usual. And for now, I'm going to play the end ads. And thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. And thanks to everybody for attending today. Bye for now.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANS plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information. Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on Earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. KesheFoundation.org/donate